You are stardust. You are a thermodynamic miracle. You are the waking universe, looking back at itself. Seraph. It's never too late to be what you might have been.
I stumbled through the woods in a daze. With no memory of how I came to be here, I paused to regain my composure. Tucked into my belt was a small book, a survival guide. The first chapter listed the steps to take in order to survive in the wilderness. Since I had nothing but the tattered clothes on my back, I began following the handbook's instructions. My first priority was to find flint, sticks, and cattails. I pushed aside the confusion clouding my mind and focused on the task ahead. I found a few pieces of flint and started napping one into the shape of a knife blade, then gathered some sticks for the handle. Now armed with a deadly weapon, I stumbled onto a ripe bush of red currants, my first source of sustenance. Next up, I needed to find cattails. I could weave them into baskets to expand my inventory. The shock of waking up in an unfamiliar world was slowly wearing off, and I even caught myself enjoying the simple task of weaving baskets. Now that I had the basics down, it was time to get the lay of the land. I couldn't see very far here in the woods, so I opened up the map. I noticed an interesting shape and marked it to go get a look. Stepping out of the woods, I was greeted with a beautiful view of a wide open valley. A floating rock loomed on a hill in the distance. I almost stumbled into a cave in the ground, but I was in no shape to explore the depths yet. The plains were quite windy, but looked peaceful enough to set up camp. I crafted a flint spear just in case. My journey to the map marker was interrupted when I spotted a wagon in the distance. I went to investigate. Turns out this lonely wagon was owned by a trader. We exchanged a few words. I looked at his wares but didn't have anything to trade with, so I left him alone for now. Eventually, I arrived at the marker on my map. It was a waterfall flowing out of the gravel hills. Butterflies seemed to love this place. Wandering around for a bit, I noticed a lot of caves tucked beneath the gravel. The gravel cliffs proved treacherous though, so I steered clear of the hills and started looking for a place to build a shelter. After a quick scan of the survival handbook, I set out to collect grass needed to build a fire. Then I napped an axe head to cut down some of the nearby trees. I had no real pressing need for a fire yet, but it felt like a natural way of settling in. Getting the fire going was easy enough, but time was ticking. I needed to gather more grass to craft a bedroll. Not long after, I spotted a weird anomaly floating in the air and got curious. As I touched the anomaly, my vision went red, and I saw sinister shapes in the horizon. It was a rift of some sort, a sharp reminder that I was a stranger in a strange world. I gathered enough grass for the bedroll and placed it down next to my fire. It looked like I still had enough daylight left to get started on a shelter, so I put my new flint axe to work. I needed a base of operations, something temporary, but cozy for the first couple of days, as I learned more about the world and how it works. I didn't want to cut down all of the trees, however, and gravel wasn't going to work for the shelter. I was going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. I crafted a shovel and went to collect some dirt. With a pack full of dirt, I started to head back when I noticed a bear sniffing around my campsite. I was in no mood to test my spear on a massive bear, so I waited. I had two options: camp somewhere else or reclaim my base. It was getting quite late, so I felt it was vital to get my shelter back. Unfortunately, the bear sat down in a bush right in front of my shelter, so I had to sneak in and try to cocoon myself in dirt before it noticed me. I accidentally dipped my toes in the fire, but it seems the bear wasn't interested in me for now. The fire snuffed out, and I needed some more wood to make a door, so I had to make a move. Just one tree, then back into the safety of my dirt hovel. The sun was setting, my hunger level steadily increasing. I had a sinking feeling that it wouldn't be safe roaming around next to that strange rift at night, so now was the last opportunity to go catch something to eat. Armed with a torch and spear, I ventured out. The bear had apparently killed a hare, but there was no meat left on it. Luckily, I spotted another and chased it down to a cave, where I managed to spear it and got my hands on some meat. Then I beelined it back to the shelter to cook it, just as night was creeping in. Things were rough out here, but I finally had a moment to come up with a plan for day 2. As I peeked out into the night, I saw the lights of the trader's wagon in the distance. And between us, a large and spider-like creature on the prowl. I sat in the faint glow of my campfire and ate the meat, hoping my flimsy shelter would keep the creature out. Then I went to sleep. As I stepped out of the shelter, I noticed the horrors from last night still lumbering around, so I booked it toward the forest from which I had emerged the previous day. First thing I noticed were mushrooms. They could prove an excellent source of nutrition. I pulled out my handbook to reference these tasty-looking specimens, but sadly they were mildly poisonous. I had to keep an eye out for more. Soon I found a tree covered in a different species. This one was good to eat. Cattails were vital for the success of this trip. I needed 2 more baskets to bulk out my inventory space. I also needed storage space back at the shelter, and these reeds could be crafted into a chest. To my surprise, I could also harvest their roots, which seemed edible after being cooked. The forest seemed calm in the morning, no sign of bears or other, more sinister creatures. I began to question my choice of location for the shelter. Perhaps a more bountiful area like this would provide a better habitat. The foraging was going well, and as I was walking past a large oak, I heard a buzzing noise. My suspicions were confirmed when I spotted a beehive, high up in the canopy. I had yet to study beekeeping, so I marked in on the map and kept going. In my excitement, I had neglected to listen to my stomach, so I started taking damage from the hunger. Luckily, a bunch of lobster mushrooms rescued me. The second stage of my plan for today was to gather food. I had a bunch of roots already, but the berries I had found yesterday were on my mind. Perhaps I could find more and take the bushes with me to plant near my shelter. I managed to quench my hunger completely and even caught a pair of roosters on the way. I reached the cliffs where I stumbled upon another treasure. Wild carrots, not yet mature, but the thing I was after was their seeds. I managed to grab 2. While poking around the cliffs, I found the nightmarish creature from last night. Thankfully, it didn't chase me. Perhaps sunlight made them docile. With my baskets packed to the brim with the spoils of nature, I headed back to the shelter. Things seemed to have calmed down in the area somewhat. I crafted 2 reed baskets to hold my less important items, found a nice spot for the berry bushes, then went out to grab firewood. Once the fire was on and the roosters cooking, I found a page in the handbook about improvised body armor. My run-ins with the strange creatures would inevitably come to blows, and I wanted to be prepared. The seeds I had found got me thinking. I wanted to build a more permanent homestead somewhere with more resources. I wanted a location with grass, trees, and fresh water close by, so I marked a potential site to the west on my map. A survey of the area would certainly be on my Day 3 agenda. I didn't have anything else planned for the evening, so I prepared some tools. The gravel floor also needed upgrading, so I swapped the blocks for some hay. And with the final touches to my window, the day was coming to an end. A day filled with small successes and discoveries. I couldn't help but wonder when my luck was going to turn. I woke up well-rested and started planning today's expedition. If the build site proved to be good, I would need to get working on it right away. I grabbed the spare basket and my bedroll just in case. The journey west wouldn't be too long, only a couple hundred blocks. My plan was to build a cabin close to fresh water in order to start farming. The winter was still about 70 days off, but getting started on a sustainable food source that could last over the cold months was vital. I stumbled upon some wild turnips, and while I was picking them, an angry boar charged me. Armed with a spear, I managed to hold my ground until the boar ran off. I added boars to the mental list of things to avoid for now. Nearing the site, I walked past some cliffs and noticed an exposed mineral deposit. It was something I would have to start thinking about in the coming days. If I could make tools out of copper, it would open a myriad of exciting options for me. As I approached the site, I knew this small valley will be home. I laid down the basket and my extra supplies, crafted some shovels, and started clearing a spot for my first permanent structure. It was around midday, and my goal was to get the frame of the cabin down, to have a roof over my head before nightfall. I was making good pace and designing the shape of the structure as I went. For now, I had only pine to work with, but with the handbook's help, I found a way to make quarter logs to give a bit of variety to the walls. I took the shovel into the back wall of the cabin to expand it a bit, creating a cozy, natural feel. As the night approached and the cabin took shape, I was planning my next project. I needed to get the farmland started first thing in the morning. After things were set up inside, I stepped out to the cool night air for a moment, and to my excitement saw some fireflies around the pond. I talked to them for a moment, sharing my excitement for the future. Then it was time to sleep. The night was rough. My dreams were fitful, and I woke up quite hungry. Regardless, I had a big day ahead. I planted some red currant bushes, then jumped in the pond. Since I didn't have the means to make a bucket, my plan was to fill the pond, leaving small pond water holes to act as irrigation. The process was straightforward. First, I would have to flatten the bottom of the pond to an equal height. I noticed several foxes in the area, keeping a curious eye on my work. Once the base of the pond was flattened, I started measuring and marking the spots for irrigation. This was my first time farming, and I figured I could try something first, then optimize later. Besides, it would be a long time still until I had enough seeds to cultivate the entire field. The work was tedious. Hunger snuck up on me heavily, and I started taking damage. After using up my third haul of dirt, I hurried back inside to fill up on some cattail roots. It was afternoon, so I went for a quick trip back to the old shelter to grab the rest of my supplies. Leaving an old shelter behind is always a somber moment. All that work and care now laid bare and forgotten. It was just one of those days, I suppose. Best to keep on working to escape my thoughts. The sun was already setting, but I was committed to getting those seeds on the ground today. So with torch in hand, I kept working. Finally, the ground was prepared, and it was time to till the land and sow the crops. Wolves were howling in the forest nearby, so I retreated back to my cabin and fell asleep, thoroughly exhausted. After waking up, I couldn't wait to check on the field. There I saw a cheeky fox rummaging through my crops. I realized I needed to get the farmland fenced in and secure as soon as possible. Small animals would happily munch on my hard-earned vegetables otherwise. I collected some wood and sticks, harvested some wild flax growing behind the cabin, plopped their seeds down in the field, and then set about fencing the plot. The weather was changing today. Clouds were rolling through and I could hear distant bouts of rainfall. I wouldn't mind a bit of cool rain, and neither would my crops. After the fence was built, it was time to do some exploring. My primary goal was to find clay in order to make pottery. Eating wild berries would only take me so far, and pottery would enable me to start cooking, storing food more effectively, and even smelting ore. I found plenty of things to forage, such as cranberries. Then I made an exciting find: native copper bits. Collecting these bits would allow me to transition into copper tools, a huge milestone in my progression. They would be useless without pottery though, so I marked them and kept searching. Then another round of planting bushes and sowing seeds. There was something about this routine that felt invigorating, like I was making real, tangible progress. The farmland was now secure from hungry critters. I spent the rest of the waning daylight searching for a clay deposit. From what I could tell, there was no surefire way of finding one. All it needed was a lot of legwork and a decent bit of luck. The uncertainty of this task, coupled with the persistent rain, was starting to wear me down. After traveling far and wide, all I had to show for it was more bushes and seeds. Among the seeds, I had a few new finds: rye, parsnips, and onions. I was settling into the routine now and felt more comfortable staying up late. Finally, the grass in my cabin needed trimming, so I upgraded the floor with some packed dirt for now. I filled up on berries, then went to sleep. Tomorrow I had to find clay. There was no other option, I told myself. The lakeshore to the west didn't score me clay last night, so today I would switch tactics and head into the hills. I started up the nearest hillside, found a small waterfall tucked beneath the leaves, and as I was pushing through the foliage, I couldn't believe my eyes. A massive deposit of red clay, only about 50 blocks from my cabin. After shoveling up 2 stacks of clay, I had to pause to marvel at all the new recipes I had unlocked in the handbook. I was positively buzzing with excitement. I started right away on clearing a spot for some pits to fire the clay in. Then I crafted some rammed earth blocks and lined the pits with them to prevent grass from growing too close to the open flames. Now it was time to roll up my sleeves and start forming the raw clay. The process was rather involved, building up various shapes layer by layer, block by block. For my first firing, I shaped a cooking pot, a bowl, a crock, a flower pot, and a large storage vessel. Then I fired the pit kilns and almost had a catastrophic accident when some flowers caught on fire. In about a day's time, my creations would be fired and ready for use. I had another look at the handbook and found a recipe for mud bricks. They needed sand. While collecting the sand, I noticed that the ground here by the lake was medium fertility. I would likely want to replace my farmland with this soil, so I collected a stack of it to start off. I had more important things lined up for the next few days, though. I crafted a reed chest for the dirt and other farming supplies, then headed inside. Now armed with a bunch of mud bricks, I upgraded the floor and walls to a more pleasing structural material. I also crafted a skep in preparation for a future apiary. The day flew by in a daze. My hands were dry and caked in clay, an effect of so many wheels put in motion simultaneously. I was hungry, so I left some cattail roots to cook on the fire and passed out. After snacking on some turnips, I headed out to collect more clay. The kilns were still firing, so I would have some time to prep the next batch of forms. I needed a crucible, molds for a pickaxe, a hammer, and a prospecting pick. There was something incredibly rewarding about the effort it took to craft with clay, and a sense of permanence once the items would emerge from the kilns. I dropped off the molds at the pits, then remembered I had yet to pick up the copper bits that I found. There were only 4 copper nuggets here, each worth 5 units of copper. Casting the pickaxe would take 100 units, so I needed to find 16 more nuggets scattered around the ground. Wandering around, I came upon a cave and figured it was time to start exploring them, and I'm glad I did. Immediately, I found an exposed vein of copper. It would be an excellent resource to have once I had gathered enough nuggets for the pickaxe. The rest of the cave was a dead end, so I emerged back on the surface and continued the search. My curiosity was piqued by a red maple tree, and next to it, I noticed ruins of some sort. It looked like an abandoned chimney stack, an echo of the world before. I excavated the ruin for a bit, but didn't find any secrets, so I took some of the cobblestone to repurpose at the homestead. Still, I had a strange feeling about it. This was the first sign of civilization I had encountered, apart from the wandering trader in my first day. Nearby, I found another ruin, an old cobblestone doorway. The people who lived here were long gone. Still, I wondered about their fate. I found some tulle, a plant that yielded thatch. My roof was still only made of dirt, so I collected some to get started on it. I also took the roots to plant closer to my cabin. Turns out finding copper bits just laying around was quite rare, and I wasn't lucky enough to find any more. Regardless, there was plenty to do back home. I planted the tulle behind the cabin, then noticed my pottery was done. I grabbed them, then loaded in the next batch, and lit up the kilns once again. The storage vessel needed a cool area to effectively preserve my food, so I dug up a small cellar adjacent to the cabin. This way I could access it from the inside. Finally, it was time to cook. I loaded up the cooking pot with turnips, grain, and mushrooms. While the meal was cooking, I crafted some stairs for the front door and made some thatch roofing blocks. As I went outside to place them, I heard strange noises. god-forsaken spider creature had found me. My heart was pounding, so I grabbed a bowl full of porridge to calm my nerves. It tasted like nothing. I stored the leftovers in a crock and put it in the cellar. There was no way I was leaving the house anymore. With that thing. I cooked some more porridge and prayed that the monster would be gone by morning. As I laid down, I saw the creature gnawing at my door. Sleep would not come easy tonight. "7 days in this strange and beautiful world, from waking up in the woods with nothing to enjoying a warm bowl of porridge in my cozy new cabin. It's been a quiet, relentless kind of progress. Nothing here comes easy, everything takes time, but something about that feels right. This was only the beginning." With spring coming to an end and nature in full bloom, it was time to get to work. I had plans for the summer, and the world had plans for me. My morning routine was coming up with a list of things to accomplish, and today was no different. Except, a large black wolf had gotten trapped in my field. I had yet to encounter such a dangerous animal. In the woods, I would have probably ran away and fast, but trapped here, I had to dispatch it. Then its partner jumped in over the fence to protect it. It's safe to say I took no joy in this task, and to add to the tragedy, 2 yelping young pups appeared from the tall grass. Even caged, the wolves were fearsome and tough. It was time to switch strategies. I crafted 4 more spears. When thrown, the spears seemed to be far more effective. I had to wonder if this was some sort of a sign, an omen. Everything that happened out here in the wilderness was the work of a delicate balance between luck, karma, and a third force. Something more sinister, I was sure. Over time, I would get to learn its secrets. I gathered the hides and meat from the poor animals, then started inspecting the enclosure. I had left the dirt hills too close to the fence, which created an easy access for wild animals, straight to my crops. Then I planted the next batch of seeds. This time I replaced the soil with medium fertility dirt. Hopefully this row of turnips would grow faster. I oiled the raw hides with animal fat to keep them from spoiling. Next, it was time to acquire some bees. I found a nearby hive. It had only a poor population, but my hope was that by planting flowers, the bees would thrive and eventually populate my skep. I dedicated my evening to the search for more copper bits and nearly tripped over a wolf. It wasn't a very good swimmer, however, so I managed to chase it off. Today yielded only 3 copper nuggets, 13 left to go. The sky had turned blood red. There was no question in my mind. This was somehow connected to today's wolf encounters. After returning home, I discovered a page in the handbook about panning. Perhaps I could gather the rest of the copper from sand tomorrow. I grabbed a bunch of pine cones that were scattered among my supplies and planted them in a row outside. I had plans for building a larger house, and that would take a lot of wood. Today I wanted to try my luck with panning. I grabbed the stack of gravel I had in my house, then hopped in the water. I didn't know what to expect, but I was hopeful. The first thing that washed out into my pan was a nugget of copper. With this exciting revelation, I kept panning and panning and panning. I was steadily finding copper nuggets, along with clay, zinc, and quartz chunks. I took a break to craft a basket for my findings. Eventually, I found all the copper I needed. What surprised me the most was an ancient archaeological find, a copper spearhead. It would prove quite useful later. In my haste, I had forgotten that in order to melt copper, the campfire would have to burn much hotter. For this, I needed charcoal. I had to dig a pit, then fill it to the brim with firewood. Getting enough would take some serious deforestation. As my baskets were nearing full, I noticed a fog slowly settling into the valley, the second eerie weather event in the span of 2 days. Nature clearly wasn't thrilled about my exploits. It was dark when I finally had the pit full of logs. I lit it on fire and covered it with a dirt mound, where it would bake into crispy piles of charcoal. Then I used the rest of the night to prepare an anvil mold and a second storage vessel to be fired. Today marked my first full month in the wilderness, and it looked like I was here to stay. My full focus now was to get the homestead up and running in time for winter. An endless list of small tasks would keep me busy. First on my list was the apiary. After picking a good spot for the enclosure, I started laying down a fence. Soon enough, I would have my very own bee colony and copious amounts of honey and wax. I arranged the flowers to the best of my ability, and I was pretty proud of the cozy little habitat. Next to it, however, was a giant sinkhole, and I saw movement below. The bottom of the hole was lined with bones and 3 small critters trapped with no way out. I had to help them. I hope these remains were just tragic accidents and not some creature's nest. Then my curiosity led me deeper. These were the creatures that I had seen lurking around in the night. Their bodies were horrifying, a rust-colored substance oozing out of their wounds. After checking the bottom of the cave, I climbed out. This sinkhole needed to be sealed once and for all. When it was shut, I went ahead and sealed another one next to it. Hopefully those creepy cave dwellers would not emerge again. To cool off my nerves, I went to check on the skep. Sadly, it was still empty, and as I inspected the beehive, I think I may have learned why. The bees had only found 3 of my flowers, and I figured the hive was too high up to find more. I made an elevated platform under the hive and planted the flowers on it. Perhaps tomorrow I would have better luck. The charcoal had stopped smoking, so I dug up the mound and started harvesting it. Half a stack of charcoal would last me for a good while. It was finally time for copper tools. I loaded up the nuggets into the crucible and started cooking. Then I made some tongs to handle the glowing hot vessel. There it was, a month of backbreaking work, all for this moment. Well, soon anyway, as the copper needed time to cool down. I oiled some of the hair skins from the sinkhole, then I tossed their remains in the fire pit. I had started developing small rituals to see how they might affect my fortune. Anything to help understand the greater forces at work in this world. It wouldn't be too long until I started discovering answers. Then I started the process of laying down thatch on the roof. Finally, the copper had cooled, and I crafted my first copper pickaxe. Oh, it was a beauty. The next day, I wanted to take care of that copper deposit I had stumbled upon earlier. I noticed that the material was chipping off in large chunks. It needed to be further smashed down with a hammer, which I didn't have yet. At the bottom, I found a crushed raccoon carcass. It looked like the wildlife had an unfortunate habit of falling down these steep caves. On the way out, I stopped by the beehive. It looked like my idea had worked, and the bee population was growing. In 5 more days, the bees would start populating my skep. Unfortunately, I needed 20 more copper nuggets for the hammer, so I went panning again. After the entire day had passed sifting through gravel, I managed to collect enough copper, along with a number of arrowheads and other curious finds. I heated up the crucible once again. While the hammerhead was cooling, I occupied myself with some tasks around the homestead. Planting a new row of crops always managed to improve my mood. Now, with the addition of a hammer, I managed to crush the malachite chunks and retrieved a total of 180 nuggets. I dropped them into the crucible. While they cooked, I went to shovel another 2 stacks of clay to prepare more molds for an axe and ingots. The melted malachite amounted to 940 units of copper. I poured a prospecting pick head and a spare pickaxe head. The rest of the copper I dumped into the anvil mold. After a quick clay sculpting session, I loaded up the kilns once again. I wanted to get the anvil done as soon as possible so I could start forging more intricate tools. The first tool I wanted was a saw so I could start processing wood into boards in preparation for a proper house build. Then I spotted a rift near the homestead. It looked like rift activity was picking up in the area. I wasn't thrilled. As my next chore, I collected a few more stacks of medium fertility soil. Then I tested the newly crafted prospecting pick. After collecting samples from 3 stone blocks, I was given a reading of the type of ores that occurred in the area. This would be great for eventually finding tin, my next step in metallurgy progression. I remembered that ore deposits could also be found directly under bits that were lying on the surface. So I returned to the spot where I found my first copper bits. Sure enough, under it was a small deposit of copper. Among it was also quartz, but it was too hard to mine with copper tools. I emerged from the dig site with 16 medium copper chunks. I had to wait for the ingot molds to finish firing, so I left the chunks at the cabin and went for a second round of collecting thatch. On the walk back, I noticed even more rifts had popped up in the area. I wondered what they entailed. Nothing good, that was for sure. I installed the thatch roofing, finishing the first half completely. Then after a long day, it was time to sleep. I wanted to set aside some time today for terraforming. Shaping the land around the homestead had several benefits. First, it would make moving around easier and increase visibility. Second, I wanted to scout for a good spot to start building the main house. The footprint I was planning would be roughly 15 blocks to a side, and I needed to flatten out a large enough area for it. I would also eventually carve out paths connecting all the different buildings. It was nice to focus on just one thing for the day. The previous days, I would jump between 4 or 5 different tasks, which would often feel pretty hectic. It felt like I was getting more work done this way. After shaving down the top 3 layers off a hill, it was starting to look like a decent spot for the house, not too far from the farm. As an added benefit, my basement would have a quartz deposit readily available. I had gathered over 6 stacks of dirt, so I used it to fill in some of the dips in the terrain. A pond in front of the hill had to go as well, as it would be in the way of my main road. Hungry after a hard day's work, I loaded the last of my forage supplies into a pot for dinner. After wolfing down the entire pot, I retrieved the finished ingot molds, cracked open the copper chunks, and started melting my last batch of copper. Then I crafted a forge, used for reheating the ingots into a workable temperature. The pelts had also finished curing, and I managed to craft 3 hunter backpacks. They would each grant me an extra inventory slot. Finally, I filled up the anvil mold and had spare copper for 1 full ingot. As I placed the anvil down, thunder echoed in the distance. Poetic almost. The world had something in store for me, I was certain. I woke up the next day to a steadily mounting rain. A storm was brewing. I fired up the forge with my lone copper ingot. Learning the art of smithing would be crucial for long-term survival. I laid down the first blocks of a path outside, and once the ingot was glowing hot, I started working on a saw blade. The process looked daunting, but it was rather intuitive. One by one, I hammered the blocks of copper into the shape of a saw. I grabbed the hot piece of copper with my tongs and went to quench it in the water. With a saw added to my tool collection, nothing was stopping me from getting started on the construction of a house. I chopped down a massive oak in the nearby woods, then went up to the quartz hill to start laying foundations. I was planning a medium-sized 2-story building, 8 wide, 14 long, with an additional workshop area on one side. The amount of materials I would need was massive, and I wondered if I could even get this house finished before winter. I had eaten the last of my food supplies yesterday, so it was high time to check on my crops. It looked like the turnips planted on the medium soil would be the first to be ready, any day now. Unfortunately, the summer temperatures meant their yield wouldn't be optimal. I spent the remaining daylight occupied with terraforming, then went to sleep. But sleep never came. I sprang up from bed in a state of delirium, hobbling over to the door. In the distance, all manner of vile horrors moved in the night. The world around me was a waking nightmare. Everything was moving, distorted. Shapes crawled at the edge of my vision. Disoriented, I grabbed my spear and went after a creature with a feverish frenzy. The horrors came at me, wave after wave, relentless. This force was testing me, waiting to pounce on the first sign of weakness. But they were on my land now, and I would lay down my life to defend it. As I fell, the darkness washed over me. But it wasn't over, not like this. Slowly, I returned from the darkness, and all around me the drifters were closing in, rabid and ravenous. I ran. Far over the horizon, I saw a shape, a gargantuan nightmare roaming in the distance. After a while, the storm subsided, and the massive creature disappeared with it. The corpse of the shiver I had taken down was phasing in and out of existence, as if its grip on reality was slowly fading. I returned inside, shell-shocked and unable to function. My perception of reality had shattered, and a million questions clouded my mind. 14 days in this nightmarish land. I would recover, but those memories, They would haunt me for eternity. In the darkest of times, the devastating lows, there was still hope. All around me. I needed answers. My journey would continue. The temporal storm had taken its toll on my psyche. The image of that eldritch monster I had seen was stuck in my head. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the trader I had met on my first day here. I needed to ask him some questions. Before setting out on an expedition, I needed to finish some chores and prepare a few things for when I returned. I crafted 2 more storage vessels to be fired and felled some trees to fill up the charcoal kiln. Then I secured the rest of the roof from the pouring rain. A couple of nights away from the homestead would do me a world of good, I wagered. Replenish my energy for the upcoming house build. Lightning had struck alarmingly close to me. I wondered which force of nature I had upset to receive such a sign. Was it telling me to leave or to stay? Early in the morning, I studied the map and got ready for the expedition. My first stop would be at the trader's wagon. From there, I would head east, where a tall mountain range had piqued my interest. Along with tent gear, I was carrying my pickaxes. If I was able to prospect a location with ample amounts of copper and tin, I was prepared to do a bit of tunneling. I wanted to know more about Azel, the lone clothing merchant. Unlike the people holed up in villages, he explained, he enjoyed the solitude. Then I asked him about the monsters, the cursed ones, punished by God. They hailed from a prison of sorts, perhaps another plane of existence. During the storms, they would slip out and flee to the surface, wandering blindly. After our brief conversation, I bid him farewell and left the wagon behind. If the sole purpose of the drifters was to cause pain, it must have meant that they weren't very intelligent. I needed to come up with ways to outsmart them, trap them with their own greed. After reaching the cliffs, I mined the first of many samples from the stone. No luck this time. Walking north along the cliffside, I spotted ruins. Tucked away in one of the corners was a vessel with a few nuggets of lead inside. I also noticed some bony soil. According to the handbook, if I sifted through it with a pan, I could make some interesting finds. I gathered all of it, then collected some of the stone as well. The sandstone blocks would look nice in my cellar. Buried underground, I found a second vessel. This one had fire clay inside. I circled back to Isel's wagon to borrow one of his baskets, then went back. This area was full of wolves. Getting knocked out miles away from home would mean losing all my equipment forever. I noticed a strange cave with a tree growing at the bottom. I climbed down the slippery rock face to have a look. Covering one of the cave walls was a deposit of saltpeter. It might come in handy at some point, so I collected all of it. I continued my trek northeast, looking for a place to set up a tent for the night. I was currently in the middle of a dense forest, and staying here would leave me exposed to the wolves. Nearby, however, it looked like the landscape opened up a bit. The rooster gave me a stinging reminder that anywhere I went, nature would try to kill me. Regardless, I stayed there for the night. I woke up the next day to a stunning view, a wide open plain ringed by towering mountains. Yet just below, out of eyesight, a large monster was lurking in a cave, studying me. I continued chipping off samples as I went. I didn't really know how to utilize the readings yet, but maybe they would prove useful down the line. Soon the plains gave way to rolling hills, and past the hills the landscape dipped into a wetlands. Finally, I stumbled upon a bunch of copper bits. After marking them on the map, I found more ruins. These ruins must have been a village once upon a time. Now only fragments remained. Even the cranberry bushes had been overrun by a family of curious raccoons. Next, I found myself at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. The meltwater flowed down through cracks in the rock in small rushing streams. I hit my first decent sample of tin. It wasn't enough to get me tunneling, though. Hidden away among the mountains, I came upon a beautiful oasis. For a moment, I contemplated moving my home here, to live out my years among these ancient peaks. But alas, it would be a folly to leave my homestead behind at this time of the year. I spent the day wandering, taking in the nature. I climbed one of the snowy peaks to watch the sunset, and then it was time to set up camp again. After a restful night's sleep under the stars, I needed to start heading back towards home. I stopped by the copper I had discovered, dug in and gathered an entire stack of copper chunks. I wanted to take a slightly different path back home to see if I had any more discoveries in store. After making my way through the wetlands, I stumbled onto a curious sight. Surrounded by what looked like ancient petrified bones was a large circular stone. I needed to crack it open. Buried within was a large vessel, adorned with an intricate red motif. Inside it, I discovered a number of treasures. No doubt this was a burial site of some ancient hero. I shoveled up the bony soil. I would have to examine it more thoroughly back home. As always, I was on the lookout for more seeds. My field was still under halfway full, and gathering wild crops was better accomplished as a side activity. All things considered, this expedition was a success, and I felt the spark of improving the homestead once again. As my first order of business, I repurposed some of the sandstone blocks to make a shelf for my new storage vessel. 3 days had passed on my journey, so I wanted to check if my crops had grown. The turnips were ready for plucking. 58 turnips, not a bad harvest. Hopefully I would have time to grow a few more. After replanting the seeds, I went to sleep, happy to be in my own bed once again. The rain was persistent, so it felt somehow natural to spend more time working the field. I started the project by running a row of packed dirt around the perimeter. As time went on, aesthetics were becoming increasingly important to me. After that, it was time to replace all the old soil with the fresh, medium fertility dirt. Materials always had the habit of running out, so I went to grab just the little bit more I was lacking. Then I used the old soil to fill in the terrain in front of the new house. I could envision a lush, flowering meadow here and a tree-lined path cutting through it. After weeks working on it, the entire field was now finally ready for use. All it needed was an insane amount of seeds. But the good thing was, once the field was full, the crops would be self-sustaining, each dropping a new seed when harvested. Getting started on the path was also important, because while I was on it, I was moving a whopping 30% faster. The next day, I wanted to do some terraforming. A dirt mound next to the cabin needed to go, because I had plans for its location. I was surprised to see one of the pines I had planted had just sprung up. After stripping the mound of dirt, I switched to the pickaxe. I could repurpose the stone here into cobblestone and paths. The front of the cabin was starting to look quite nice. I added some finishing touches to the paths with some local flowers. The next day I got up bright and early to work on a proper, enclosed berry patch. A couple rows of 10 for the currants would probably be enough for now. I found the recipe for a wattle fence, which I thought would work perfectly with the berry patches. If each bush were to grow 5 berries, this little enclosure would yield a total of 400 berries. It was plenty of food to supplement my diet during the growth season. I had also foraged some cranberry and blueberry bushes, so I made a second, smaller patch for them. These small projects around the homestead made it truly feel like home. Next, I wanted to experiment if cattails would grow on their own, without a water source. After a full day in the sun, it was time to try some homemade turnip stew. Not bad at all. By all logic, the bees should be ready for transportation today. Sure enough, the skep was full of buzzing little workers. I slung it over my shoulder and brought it back to its new home. I needed to build more skeps in order to expand the bee population and actually start harvesting honey. The original clay deposit near my house was unfortunately now completely dry. With 3 skeps in place, the only thing left to do was to wait. I didn't want a situation where my tools would run out, so as a precaution, I filled some of the molds with copper. I had been putting it off ever since I came back, but now it was time to begin working on the main house. For the first floor, I needed mostly cobblestone. A rift had opened up right on the house foundations, as if predicting my next project. I wasn't too worried, however. If I kept my distance, nothing would escape through it during the day. I was planning to use pine planks for the floors, so it was time to start taking down some of my very own trees. I wanted to see if cutting off the leaves before felling would yield more seeds. Judging by the number of sticks, I was pretty sure that's how it worked. The 2 pines gave me a total of 6 seeds. The ratio was enough to sustain a steady supply of lumber here in the valley. No more wandering into wolves in the forest. Each log would be enough for 12 boards, which I could craft into 3 plank blocks. Not a bad ratio, all things considered. It meant that I could get the wood portions of this house done with relative ease. I left a small gap for the chimney and fireplace. For the cobblestone, I needed 8 stones and some clay for each block. Mining the stones would take forever, but I remembered that I had seen some large stone piles near my original shelter. Indeed, the boulders would be a vastly better source for the cobblestone. I continued laying out the walls, leaving gaps for doors and windows. With so much progress in just a single day, it was starting to look like I'd be able to move in pretty soon. Slow and steady, I planted the seeds from each day's trip into the field. The crops were unorganized for now. After winter, I could replant them in better rows. Excitingly, a batch of carrots had matured. Then I noticed some dead crops. Due to the hot summer temperatures, the rye wouldn't grow properly. My food situation was looking a lot better, now with over 100 vegetables in my cellar. First thing on my list the next day was to collect more stones. Collecting boulders was high on my list of the most satisfying things to do. While I was in the area, I grabbed the sandstone I had stashed in Easel's basket. This time I had enough materials to finish the cobblestone foundation. I switched to mud bricks to create some accents to the floor where it seemed logical. Since I had made some spare ingots earlier, I could fix my storage problems by crafting some chests. I used 2 ingots to forge 8 sets of nails, then tossed them into the pond to cool off. A combination of smithing and wooden boards had opened up a whole host of new crafting options for me. After equipping the house with plenty of storage, I sealed the window gaps with mud bricks. I didn't know how to make glass yet, so natural light would have to wait. As the day was drawing to a close, I raised the room height with a layer of oak planks. I wanted the second floor to be a bit more spacious, in typical medieval fashion, so I outlined the first layer of the second floor walls. The house was starting to look like something now. Last thing left to do was to seal the top. 4 more pines had popped up, and I wanted to put them straight to use. Working on the house had been a blast. It truly felt like I was thriving, transcending from the mercy of the elements and forging something of my own beyond just survival. I marked out where the staircase would eventually connect the floors. If I could move into the first floor of the house, working on the rest of it would be a lot easier. Getting this place sealed up felt like another pretty big milestone. I rewarded myself with a small break and went to forage. Some of the caves in the area were truly deadly. One misstep would mean an early grave. Peeking just above the surface, a small ruin was calling my attention. Only bones remained here as well. It reminded me that I had yet to sift through the bony soil from my expedition. Nearby, I noticed something in the bottom of a cave entrance. A careful examination was in order. It was a rusty gear, but I needed inventory space. Deep in their dark underground vaults, the drifters still ruled. I swallowed my loss and went to plant the new seeds. I got up early the next day to start panning through the bones. I was expecting to find human remains, maybe some old tools. What truly caught me off guard was an old book. Could it finally answer some of my burning questions? Reveal the lost origins of those ruins? I would have to set aside some time to read it today. Finishing up the soil, I found not 1, but 3 more ancient books, along with candles, money, and gemstones. I cozied up in the new house and started to read. The book was a journal, written by someone named Jonas. This entry was titled Confession. I rifled through the pages with a fierce hunger for knowledge, several times. Jonas was some sort of an authority, leading a group of people into a new land, which he referred to as these hellish depths. Could this mean the world beyond the rifts? Regardless, he felt ashamed for what he had done, all for the sake of something he referred to as this monstrous creation, his child. I wondered if that could still mean the realm beyond the rifts, or perhaps the gargantuan monster I had seen. The journal then continued with a harrowing account of the state of these people. They dwell in filth and hunger. Many of them have already been stricken by rot, he wrote. The people seemed to worship him, though, treating him as a messiah. The entry ended with a striking sentence. "Oh God, please help me. I am still your faithful servant." Who was this Jonas? And what exactly did he create? Was the rot the very affliction that corrupted the drifters? Perhaps I could find more answers from the other books I had discovered. But for now, I needed time to process. One by one, the mysteries of this world were unfolding. 2 weeks ago, I was lost, but now I had a direction. All I had to do was keep moving forward. It was the height of summer. All of the copper tools were forged, and the house was move-in ready. Everything was looking up, but not for long. Dark clouds were looming in the horizon. I was startled awake by the message of an approaching temporal storm. This meant I would have only a couple hours to prepare. I was caught off guard. The first thing on my mind was weaponry. I managed to craft a sling. With this new addition to my arsenal, I could hurl stones at the monsters with relative precision. Good in a pinch, I hoped. I didn't want a repeat of the first temporal storm, so I grabbed horsetail to craft into healing poultices. I could take a hit or two and still keep fighting. While collecting projectiles for the sling, I was developing a small defensive strategy in my head. Fortifying the house to withstand the onslaught would be the key to survival. My plan was to funnel the drifters inside my house, where I could pelt them with stones and spears from behind a protective fence. Right as I finished with the preparations, the storm hit. My vision went red again, and hallucinations started taking hold of my mind. The strategy was working. The drifters were helpless against me. Feeling emboldened, I ventured outside to investigate. There it was again. As the storm faded, I felt the rush of victory. The sling was quickly becoming my new favorite weapon against the drifters. It might be a good weapon to hunt animals with as well. The rest of the day was spent moving my belongings to the new house. It was almost like an internal clock had reset in my mind, counting down the days before the next storm. I wondered how many of my plans I could achieve before it. Could I ever feel adequately prepared for these calamities? Only time would tell. The next day, I woke up to a howling drifter in my backyard. I went to take care of him. Fueled with adrenaline from the fighting, I wanted to try my hand at hunting. I needed pelts to start working on a set of winter clothes. Before taking on anything big, I practiced my aim with some smaller targets around the homestead. Now that I was confident with the spear, it was time to start the hunt. I was slowly getting better with handling my weapons. Luckily, the wildlife around my homestead was abundant. Unfortunately for them, everything that moved would be considered targets. As I was exploring the fields, I spotted something curious. The ruins of a settlement, the largest one I had found so far. I collected some bony soil, then marked it for an excavation later. While I roamed the area in search of game, I took the opportunity to mark some of the more interesting finds. In the corner of my eye, I spotted a deer, exactly what I was looking for. Taking down these large beasts was by no means easy, but the large pelts and meat would prove to be quite useful. Then I stumbled upon the king of the forest. After reflexively poking the bear, it was hot on my tail. This intense encounter had put me back in my place. Taking down a bear would be a pain in the butt. I scurried back home and prepared the hides. The new house was spacious and shaping up to be quite cozy. I spent the evening organizing things and arranging the furniture. The drifters were also attracted to my cozy new lodgings, though. I wanted to get started on a cellar today, but the quartz deposit was blocking my entry. I started digging around the back. I could always connect the cellar to the house after the fact when I had a bronze pickaxe. I was planning 2 rooms under the house, one for storing food and another for tanning and other long-term stores. The sandstone I had repurposed from the ruins gave off a damp, earthy feel to the place. It was just what I was after. The kitchen needed a water source for washing moldy dishes, so I whipped out the chisel once again and carved a neat little wash basin. The next day I set out early to look for tin. I started by sampling the nearby rock formations, marking down a grid of readings on the map. Soon after, I stumbled onto a pale pinkish rock. After a brief study, I recognized it as halite, a source of salt. This sparked an idea. I had 30 slabs of meat in my cellar from the hunt. If I could salt them, they would keep for ages. In order to grind the halite into salt, however, I needed a quern. It would need 4 large blocks of granite, which I could gather by clearing all the other blocks around a piece of rock. I kept prospecting the area, getting reading after reading, with poor results. Poking out from one of the cliffs, I spotted a node of bismuth. I wanted to test the secondary function of my prospecting pick, the node search. It would find any traces of ore in a small radius. Sure enough, deeper within the rock, I detected more bismuth. Unfortunately, the vicinity of my homestead seemed completely devoid of tin. I would have to fan out farther and farther to unexplored territory. I crafted the quern and started grinding the halite down into salt. I placed a barrel behind the house, then combined the meat and salt in it. The curing process would take 20 days, making it ready just in time for winter. Judging by the loud buzzing, the bees had multiplied and filled all 3 of the skeps. I would have to break into their homes to gather the honey, so I crafted a straw dummy to distract the angry, homeless swarms. The bees were smart, though, and sussed out the real culprit in their demise. Quickly, I built new skeps for them and headed inside. The honeycombs needed to be squeezed over a bucket to harvest the honey. Delicious. I gathered the remaining beeswax into a pot to form into candles. The wax residue was impossible to scrape off the pot, though, so I crafted a new pair of pots to replace it. My mind was still occupied by the quest of finding tin, so I put my hands to work in the meantime. Some of the crops were fully grown, and this time I replanted them in the unused part of the field, where the soil still retained all of its nutrients. I grabbed my pickaxes and went for a second round of prospecting, this time on the western plains. I could no longer resist the temptation of exploring deep caves. With a display of dirt acrobatics, I descended into the foggy cave. Excitingly, I chanced upon a deposit of black coal and fire clay. I was certain they would prove very useful down the line. Scattered around in every direction were relics of the world before. A rusty gear in a cave, then a ruined building dotted with bones. While prospecting a crevice, I noticed something strange. A musty, dilapidated shelter, carved directly into the rock. Tucked away in one of the crates was a hunter's shirt. The rest of the furnishings were rotted and fell apart in my hands. Whoever this hunter was, they were long gone. Perhaps he was someone like me, left to their own devices out in this harsh world. I left the ruined shelter behind and found some peat on the ground outside. Peat seemed like a handy source of fuel. Stockpiling it for winter was another task I set aside for later. After another full day of prospecting, I returned home with slim pickings. To lift my spirits, I managed to craft fur gloves and boots from the pelts, a small but comforting start for my winter gear. The next day continued with prospecting. I was determined to at least use up my worn-out pickaxe. If I had to venture out farther, I wanted to have a fresh pick in hand. I sampled, and sampled. To keep from falling into despair, I revisited the ruined village I had found on my hunting trip. Below the surface, I found signs of a sewer system. These people had been sophisticated, yet still their lives had been all but erased. Nearby, a trader's wagon was posted up. Jasper, an old merchant, was delighted to see a customer. He was interested in purchasing the vessels I kept finding in ruins, in case I managed to grab one intact. Another day of little to no progress. I had to remind myself that such was the life out here in the wilderness. A triumph or two followed by monotone days of wandering in the rain. The struggle was purely mental, and I would need to learn how to cope with it. That solitary tin reading I had struck on my expedition was looking more and more promising. I would have to venture out all the way to the northeast, thousands of blocks away. With a bit of preparation, I could pull it off. I fired up the day by casting a new set of pickaxes. While they cooled, I had some time to work on the house. I marked out the windows with packed dirt. Eventually, I wanted to fill in the walls with wattle and daub, but for now I had a stand-in material in mind. The limestone sand in my region was of a similar color and would do just fine for now. The building process was by no means fast, but I was thankful that the house design I had landed on wasn't any larger. A building of this size was still a massive undertaking. After sealing the second floor from the rain, I started hearing skittering noises. Rats must have snuck in already. A giant shiver had somehow holed up in a dark corner upstairs. I would have to seal up the build for now. That night I picked up another one of the ancient books I had found. The writer was an older man contemplating his life. A familiar name caught my attention: Jonas Falks. The preface read like the two of them had been close companions. The second entry was a recounting of the writer's life, starting from the beginning. In his younger years, he lived in a poor village under Lord Falk's rule. In the shade of night, he had decided to sneak into the Falks' estate to steal some food. Stumbling around in the dark, he came upon someone, the Lord's son, Jonas. He was surprised to find that Jonas was friendly, also sneaking around to avoid his father's cruelty. Over the years, they became friends, sharing their vastly different life experiences with one another. The entry ended with, "We were prepared for the coming storm." The story intrigued me. Jonas Falks was clearly a figure of some prominence in this world, perhaps a lord after his father's passing. I yearned to find the next chapters and to uncover the writer's identity. After a long journey northeast to the peaks where I had first found tin, I continued prospecting. There, an opening in the cave floor caught my attention. It was an abandoned mine. This place had been left in a hurry. Containers full of ore still lined the walls. Carved into one of the sides was a storage room. I was amazed to find a working brass lantern in one of the chests. There was also a contraption of sorts lying next to it. It was called the Jonas subassembly. The very same Jonas that had been mentioned in the books, I was sure of it. This man was not only a lord and a messiah, but also an engineer of some kind. Armed with a useful new lantern, I started to carve a tunnel into the mountain, determined to get my hands on some tin at last. Hours of tunneling later, tin eluded me once again. I was frustrated. I headed to the old campsite nearby for a brief rest. At the crack of dawn, I returned to the tunnel. Finally, I struck a reading with small amounts of tin, instead of the usual trace amount. I was getting closer. Soon after, I struck the vein. I gathered 10 chunks in total. It would do for now, as the tin-bronze alloy was 90% copper and only 10% tin. This was the triumph I was waiting for. It didn't come easy, but boy did it feel good. Back near the homestead, I noticed some of the leaves were starting to change color, the first sign of fall. I hurried inside and started reading about the smelting process for bronze. Again, nature was making itself known. I filled up the crucible with a 10-to-1 ratio, then waited. The mixture was a success, and I poured my very first bronze tools and ingots. Rummaging through my storage, I found an extra pelt. I managed to make a nice warm fur coat as well. Now well equipped for the upcoming fall, things were finally looking up again. "35 days into the journey, and preparations for the end of the year were well underway. Life in the wilderness was filled with peaks and valleys, and dangers both old and new were lurking around every corner. But I would be there to meet them, head on. Summer was coming to an end, the vibrant greens slowly starting to fade around me. Reaching the Bronze Age had been my driving force all summer. Now it was time to settle in and get cozy. It was a slow morning. Not having windows in the house was already dampening my mood. But now that I had the bronze pickaxe, I could finally get my hands on some quartz for window making and carve out the basement further. 2 birds with 1 stone. Quartz had a chance of dropping clear chunks, which could be used for windows with no further processing. I hoped the deposit would yield plenty of them. A drifter had snuck in through the rear entrance. They might be simple-minded, but their instinct for seeking me out was razor-sharp. I managed to stretch out the glass further by cutting it into slabs. Then it was just a matter of installing the window slabs all around the first floor. The house had once again used up all of my wood, so I stepped outside to chop down some of the newly grown trees. Using oak planks, I embellished the windows with a small trim, making them feel more integrated. Right as I finished working on the trims, a notice of a temporal storm appeared once again. I was in no mood to fight for my life again so soon, but it would be foolish not to be prepared. Things seemed a fair bit calmer this time, and my tolerance for the hallucinations was improving. After taking down the last of the assailants, it was back to work. My mind kept returning to that black coal deposit I had discovered earlier. Coal meant that I could skip the arduous process of making charcoal, and the clay could be used for ovens, bloomeries, and so on. The ruined settlement was on the way there, and despite going through this place twice, I stumbled upon a pair of cracked vessels. Luckily, I managed to grab both of them intact. Jasper, the merchant right around the corner, wanted to buy them. This time he was only interested in ones containing ores, however. I had picked one up from the abandoned mine, and I was itching to make my first trade. The coal could wait. After grabbing more cobblestone for the cellar, my eyes were drawn to a malachite vein jutting out from one of the cliffs. The vein was truly bountiful, a total of 80 chunks. I returned home with the spoils and went to grab the ore vessel. To my dismay, it crumpled in my hands. It was a blessing in disguise, though, as it contained a pile of tin nuggets, enough for 7 more bronze tools. Enough getting sidetracked. I wanted that coal. Hours of digging later, I emerged from the cave in the middle of the night, backpacks filled to the brim with rare resources. Luck was on my side, blessing me in unexpected ways. But there was always a flip side. Every unlit nook and cranny in the house seemed to be swarming with those monsters. I would need to address it, the sooner the better. With the new day came a renewed sense of determination. I figured, why not extend the basement to match the entire footprint of the house? I'd rather have all my old junk piling up down here instead of outside where I was under a constant threat of ambush by drifters. After the frame of the basement was done, I spent some time reading about fire clay. An oven would allow me to start utilizing all the grain lying in my cellar. With the oven installed, it was time for a trial run. Watching the bread rise was mesmerizing. I was thrilled to have another delicious, sustainable source of food. I formed the remaining fire clay into bricks. They would allow me to build a bloomery able to melt quartz into clear glass. My next endeavor was to smelt a big pile of bronze for new tools and an anvil. I enjoyed smithing, as the various time-consuming steps allowed me to do little touch-ups around the house in between. I wasn't ready to start thinking about iron yet, but nothing was stopping me from being prepared. A bronze anvil would be necessary to work iron in the future. I continued chiseling the next day. Annoyingly, I kept hearing noises downstairs. Another unwelcome guest had found its way to the basement. I couldn't let these encounters derail me from construction. I knew my way around a stray drifter by now, and the list of things to get done before winter wasn't getting any shorter. I crafted 2 bloomeries and filled them with quartz. I needed the glass for the upstairs windows, and eventually a ton of lanterns. The days had started feeling a lot shorter now, but I was still no less exhausted. One thing I had been putting off all these months was the production of actual leather. Tanning was quite a complex process, involving a lot of time in barrels. First, I would have to prepare a barrel full of lime water. I would need to acquire fresh, raw pelts to soak, so naturally another hunt was in order. Armed with a new set of flint spears, I set out in search of game. The nature was beautiful in the eve of autumn, a tapestry of vibrant greens and yellows. bighorns were dangerous animals when provoked. Some things I still had to learn the hard way. The wildlife this time of year seemed to be more scarce. Doing a single hunt for hides was starting to feel foolish. There was no way I could gather a meaningful amount in just a day. After turning the tide against the wolves, it seemed like my luck was improving. Or maybe I had just been hunting in the wrong areas. As the day came to an end, I managed to score 8 medium and 4 large hides. It was enough to attempt my first batch of leather. I soaked some oak logs in the remaining barrels to make tannin, the second step in the long process. The next day I grabbed the last one of the 4 books I had dug up from the ruins. The title of this book was Diet of Kings. The book was a transcript of a court hearing written by a scribe in the year 1318. I had no memory of what year it currently was, so this could have happened 10 years ago or 100. I continued reading. A command from the king of Unland started the exchange, summoning Master Jonas Fawkes to come forth. The lords and ladies in the crowd rose respectfully when Master Fawkes entered. He walked to the center of the court with his attendant in tow, bearing a collection of drafts. Fawkes addressed the crowd. "My lords, as I'm sure you're now aware, we face a nightmarish threat." He was talking about a disease or a plague. In his words, the plague was not overly complex. Quite simply, it was desolation made manifest. His attendant began laying medical diagrams on the floor. Master Fawkes presented each diagram, explaining the gruesome stages of the plague on the body. It would start from a darkening of the skin, then paralysis. As Fawkes arrived at the last parchment, the entire assembly leaned in to inspect it. The rot would eventually consume the entire body, leaving only an undistinguishable mass. The king interjected, "Is there truly no method of treating this malady?" Fawkes answered, "No preventions, your grace, save total isolation from the populace." He and others from the academy had not found any treatments against the rot. Fawkes spoke up again. "It is a certain death. However, I stand here now to offer you a better fate." As I put down the book, chills ran down my body. A brutal plague had ravaged the world, and in the center of everything was Jonas Fawkes. It was all connected in some twisted way I didn't yet understand. If Fawkes had rescued these people, where were they now? I desperately needed to find the next chapters of these accounts. The rainy season was finally over. The nature was calm, even strangely so, as if the world was holding its breath in quiet anticipation. It was good weather to do some work outside. I wanted to finish the path connecting the main house to the farm. Terraforming was slow going, but extremely rewarding. Unfortunately, the sunlight was quickly fading, so it was time to head back inside. The straw mattress I had been sleeping on since day one was getting old, so I crafted a double bed for my sleeping quarters upstairs. Chiseling furniture was a joy. I knew I could get sucked into it for days, building the most extravagant pieces. For now, I needed to keep a simple, functional style. For the first time in months, I slept like a baby. My joy faded as I realized it was almost noon. I needed to be more careful about my rhythm. The rest of the day I spent outside, terraforming. After dark, I meal prepped some stew, crafted a bookshelf upstairs, then spent some time working on the staircase. I gazed at the full moon. How many others were out there looking at it? Perhaps one day I would find them. It was yet another eerily quiet morning. I wanted to go gather peat, as it had been a great source of fuel. Since the nearest deposit was quite a ways from my homestead, I wanted to collect plenty of it in one go. I ended up clearing the entire site. Judging by the size of the stockpile, I was set for the rest of the year. The roof of the house was still unfinished, and the thatch would need tons of grass. I prepared a bronze scythe to speed up the gathering process. The hides had finished soaking in the weak tannin solution. Another 5 days in strong tannin, and my first batch of leather would be done. Early the next morning, I grabbed the scythe and went to harvest dry grass for the thatch roof. The tool worked rather well, a vast improvement over the flint knives. In an instant, the world descended into darkness. After a moment of confusion, I realized it must have been a solar eclipse. The first one I'd ever witnessed. Was it a sign? Whatever it entailed, I went to work on the roof with renewed urgency. Most of the roof was done, but like many things at the homestead, it needed another day. The temperatures were cooling down, and there was definitely a cold draft in the house. The spaces inside the house were too big and needed to be sectioned off to retain heat. The workshop windows were an issue, so I had to remake them to get a better seal. After some alterations, the house was looking airtight and ready for freezing weather. With the last bits of roof installed, I felt relieved. The house was technically finished, needing only cosmetic work from now on. Item by item, I was crossing off tasks from my list. Getting the path done had been an exercise in patience. It had used up a monumental amount of stones, and gathering them had taken hours off each day. Next, I started on the lanterns. Luckily, I still had leftover copper to start working into plates. I was still lacking proper weaponry, so I set my eyes on a longbow. I had all the materials for it, but the bow staves needed time to dry before use. I crafted 2 staves right away. I felt silly, as I could have easily prepared them weeks ago. The field was still looking healthy and yielded a large amount of vegetables and grain. As I continued making plates, my ears were filled with an endless cacophony of drifters outside, piling up behind every entrance. It was a helpless feeling. One day I could take them on, but for now I needed to stay locked away in my own home. I was determined to keep busy until the leather was ready. I used some of my leftover construction materials to finish the chimney and give the roof a wider overhang. The need for candles was constant, but at least the process was simple. Squeeze the honeycombs, heat them in a pot with some string, make new skeps for the bees. Many of the pine saplings had sprung up around the yard, and since I didn't need much more pine for construction, I wanted to start stacking firewood in the basement. With the storage room filling up beautifully, I continued the winter preparations by making linen armor. I didn't have enough for a full gambeson, so I opted for a helmet and pants instead. With the addition of 2 more lanterns, I would have permanent lights in all the main rooms. To my shock, a pair of drifters had started a nest in the attic, so getting a lantern up there couldn't have happened at a better time. The next morning, I rushed to the barrels. The leather was done, a total of 28 leather strips, enough to fashion myself 3 leather backpacks. With this upgrade, my inventory went from 15 slots to 22. I was over the moon, ready to tackle anything and looking good while doing it. This called for a celebration. The past 2 weeks, I had been so caught up in making progress, I had neglected to pause, to reflect and recount my achievements. Life out here was what I made it. As I cut myself a slice of homemade blackcurrant pie, I made a promise. I would slow down and shift my focus toward cracking the mystery that surrounded this world. Fall had been a quiet season. With the house now out of the way, I was left with time to contemplate my next steps. Winter is closing in. Before the first snow falls, 3 tasks remain. Uncover more books from the old world, locate a source of iron deep beneath the stone, and prepare for the cold days to come. I woke up well rested. It was still an hour or two before dawn, but I wasn't going to waste a single moment of daylight. Today I would run a scouting trip to stock up on metals and other materials. If I was to be holed up inside for the whole winter, I could use the time for crafting and smithing. After mining out a decent-sized deposit of copper, I continued on toward the bismuth I had found earlier. On its own, bismuth could be smithed into plates, which I needed for lanterns. South of the homestead, the land was still largely unexplored and unprospected. It would be my focus for the coming week. I stumbled upon a large set of ruins, nestled among the pines. This one had 6 or 7 structures in a cluster, reminiscent of an outpost. Bony soil had been my only source of the old books, so finding more of these settlements was high priority. It amazed me how many of these ruins were scattered around, as it had taken days to notice one when my journey first started. Buried within the foundations was a musty old chamber. Within, I discovered a small treasure chest with 6 rusty gears inside. The chest itself would be an excellent decoration for my house. On the opposite wall was a torch holder, another permanent light source to light up the winter nights. As I continued excavating, I found a number of old vessels. Inside one of them was a new crop, cabbage seeds, something to look forward to in spring. I returned home with the spoils. I had accumulated quite a few stacks of cobblestone. They wouldn't be of much use sitting in storage, so I started thinking about the next building project for the homestead. More importantly, I now had 20 blocks of bony soil to pan through. No books this time, unfortunately. I wasn't giving up easy, however. Tomorrow the search would continue. The homestead was right next to a large lake. I figured I should do some rafting before the lake would eventually freeze. Being on water was soothing, and it invoked some primal sense of adventure. Eventually, I stopped by an island where I had picked up a copper bit some time ago. Copper was abundant now, and I was more and more eager to get my hands on the elusive iron. I landed on the southern shore of the lake and continued by foot to prospect the hills. I was getting poor readings of hematite in the area. The ideal situation was to find an area with good readings, then set up a base camp for a mining operation. While excavating a ruin, I sensed another temporal storm approaching. I was relatively far from my homestead, but the potential treasures to be found here were too tempting to leave behind. I needed to grab what I could from this excavation. If worst comes to worst, I could hunker down in some cave and wait for it to pass. After frantically gathering everything I could, I started back toward the raft. In the distance, I spotted a trader's wagon. This sparked an idea. Ahanu was an old clothing merchant. Surely he wouldn't mind some company during the incoming storm. I grabbed the copper next to his wagon, then hunkered down with the merchant. The storm was going on for what seemed like an eternity, and before long I started peeking out into the darkness. Curiously, a bear was going around attacking the drifters. After an unpleasant jump scare, I passed out in the merchant's bed. The next morning, I continued the search for iron. The readings were steadily going up. I tried my luck in a cave and noticed another abandoned room, a stream of water flowing through it. The place was completely in ruins, likely from severe water damage. The cave wasn't looking too promising, so I left it alone. And just like that, another day had passed with little to show for it. I rowed the raft back home. The temperatures were hovering just above freezing, and I wondered how many days I had left before it snowed. With a bit of terraforming, I managed to open up a waterway that took me right up to the house. There was something that I had been waiting to do all day, panning. This time, I was very lucky. I found 2 books, finally something to read. I needed to have a break from exploration, so I was planning on putting up a barn for the homestead today. While I worked, I went through one of the newly discovered books. It was a journal entry written by Jonas, titled Breakdown. The entry started with an observation from Jonas. He was working on a project with a group of people. The project was nearing completion, and his peers were excited. Too excited, seemingly unable to grasp the gravity and implication of whatever this project was. A phrasing caught my eye. It's almost time to wake it. They must have been building a machine of some kind, a construct. Maybe we should have all just died when the rot came for us, Jonas continued. A timeline was starting to form in my head. Jonas was around when the rot first appeared, giving counsel to the king in 1318, but the rot couldn't be stopped. This entry was from a time after the calamity, where he and some others still survived. They were creating something, perhaps rebuilding a semblance of society. I continued reading. I've begun to see things even when I'm not gazing through the lens. Jonas described a world without comprehension, leaking into this one. This was familiar. The rifts, the storms that I had been encountering, were indeed manifestations of another world. He then describes noticing a change happening among his creations. becoming tainted by something otherworldly. The next paragraph reveals that an eidolon was found 2 shifts ago with blood splattered across its plates. The workman wrote it off as an accident, but I know better, he ends the entry. I was keen to know more about this eidolon. Was it some autonomous construct used by men for labor? I picked up the second book without hesitation, but it sadly turned out to be a duplicate of one of the earlier books. It was now the last day of October. Still buzzing with motivation to build, I went to work on the firing pits. The layout I had originally could use a little optimization. Since it could snow at any moment now, I wanted a fireproof cover for the pits. The structure was fairly simple, but it still took all day of gathering materials and building. Regardless, I was pleased with it. The field was still going strong, so I reaped a small harvest. I didn't want to replant the field anymore and risk the crops dying on me. I was confident the food stores I had accumulated would be plenty for the winter. The rest of the night I spent clay forming. 2 jugs for storing honey, 2 planters for yard decoration come spring, and 4 more ingot molds. I was planning another iron expedition, but I figured a little more time at the homestead wouldn't hurt. I installed some of the detail beams on the barn, then went inside to smelt a new set of tools for mining. Once I had discovered chiseling, there was never a dull moment indoors. I tried inlaying the mud brick pattern with the wooden floor. Not a bad look. The bow staves were now fully dry, so I made a pair of longbows. The drifters outside my house were about to regret ever coming here. The longbow was brilliant, a game changer. The house was still looking a bit plain from the outside. I extended the support beams half a block out in each corner. The small patch of low fertility farmland in the field was finally done growing. That experiment was over. Medium fertility was vastly superior. No more putting it off. Tomorrow I would leave on the expedition. The southern plains were still calling to me, waiting to be explored. And so it begins. The first snows were here. It was time to put my winter gear to the test. I would not rest until I found a high reading of iron. Some of the hills flagged an ultra-high bismuth reading. Barely any hematite, though. Before long, I spotted another trader. A luxuries merchant called Two Tongue lived in a cozy double-wide wagon. He was interested in buying gemstones. I had a small collection back home. I assured Two Tongue that I would stop by to sell them at some point. Hunger was sneaking up on me surprisingly quickly. I foraged whatever small I could find to supplement my packed meals. As the sunlight faded, I set up a small base camp to shelter for the night. Waking up after barely a wink of sleep, I was eager to get back to prospecting. This mountain range was yielding consistently poor results, and I was beginning to feel the fatigue setting in. Traversing along a lakeshore, I discovered a waterlogged ruin. Getting wet was surely not a good idea in this weather, but I risked it anyway. After a long stint of prospecting, I was now officially out of food. Even the fish I caught was nothing but bones. I needed to start heading back north. Foraging for food was no longer going to cut it on these expeditions. Then suddenly, a decent reading of hematite caught my eye. This area looked promising. Unfortunately, I was too hungry to continue. In a mild state of panic, I beelined it back towards the homestead. After filling up on the last slices of pie, I inspected my findings. I wanted to go back out there to see if I could pinpoint the readings tomorrow. A blanket of snow covered the yard. A quiet stillness had taken over the homestead. I tracked my steps back towards the hills, steeling myself against any doubts about this mission. A hungry fox snuck up on me in a ferocious attack, taking a big chunk off my health. The day was not off to a great start. I stumbled upon a deep cave, a good opportunity to prospect deeper in the ground. Ambushed by a drifter that nearly ended my life, I had to climb back out to make some poultices, a clear lesson that preparation was paramount here in the wilds. After patching myself up, I ventured down into the cave again. A small opening in the cave wall led into a large abandoned chamber. Skeletal remains littered the floor of what looked like a well-equipped bunker. The walls were lined with crates and bookshelves. One of the crates contained something called a Rotwalker hood, along with a lantern and an old children's toy. This place must have once housed a group of survivors, hiding underground through the desolation of the plague. Another broken-down crate contained a pair of scrolls. Perhaps they would shed some light on the sorrow that emanated from this place. I didn't want to linger, so I continued on, deeper. I finally hit a high reading of hematite. I could almost taste the iron now. As I hopped down on a ledge, I almost couldn't believe my eyes. The very same chamber I was in moments ago. An intense feeling of déjà vu hit me. I needed to leave. My backpacks were full, so a second trip here was necessary. While making my way back to the surface, I started hearing noises. A low clanging of bells from the depths below filled my ears. Was I going crazy? I faced a conundrum. There was something wrong with that cave. Had some otherworldly temporal event created a duplicate of that bunker? Regardless, the iron readings were the strongest I had found so far. If I was better prepared on the second trip, I would surely get my hands on it. After heading back for some time, I was starting to feel better. My mind was still restless when I went to bed. Maybe sleep would clear it, but sleep brought something worse. That night, dreams took hold of me. The worst kind of dreams. I woke up in a cold sweat. They say some dreams show you the future. I could only hope this one was just my mind unraveling the day. Nothing more. There would be time to process later. Right now, I needed to prepare for a caving trip once more. I crafted a spear and a stack of poultices, stocked up on food, and headed out. The day was quiet, the morning sky a gentle red hue. I stopped by the small waterfall I had discovered on my first day here. Things were so different now. I couldn't tell if they were better or worse, just different. I could feel my heartbeat as I stepped into the stillness of the chamber. No monsters lurked in here, only the faded memories of the past. I needed to go deeper. Down here, the temporal stability was rapidly decreasing. I didn't want to stay here a second longer than I needed to. A layer of basalt covered the bottom of the shaft. This was the deepest I'd ever been. I was holding on to hope that maybe the iron veins were down in the basalt layer. I struck a proximity reading of hematite. I felt an instant release of stress and emotion. There was iron down here. The eerie sounds of bells started ringing in my ears again, but I pressed on. The vein was massive, just a single block above the mantle. No wonder I hadn't found iron earlier, if it was all the way here at the bottom. I gathered a full stack of chunks, then turned around to rush back to the surface. Bow torns were clawing their way in, blocking my path. Thankfully, I had brought a spear this time. Frantically, I tried to make my way up, but their corpses were blocking me from putting down dirt. My heart was beating out of my chest. Some sort of a glitch had happened, and my spear had vanished. I was down to just my longbow and a handful of arrows. It was done. I had iron. I wanted nothing more but to curl up next to a fire back home. Flooded with a sense of relief and accomplishment, I wanted to celebrate. As I stepped into the cellar, I stopped on my tracks. That toy from my nightmare sat in the middle of the room. I was sure I had stashed it in the nearby basket yesterday. I brushed it aside as I had more important things to do. Pie. The meats in the backyard were now fully cured. Unfortunately, they wouldn't work in a pie. I wanted savory this time, so I went with onions. When things were stressful and my mind bombarded with a million things, I found tranquility in the little things. Simple pleasures, like finding a new delicious pie recipe. The best pie I ever had. "61 days into the journey. Whatever challenges winter would bring next, I would be ready." Day 62. Snow drapes the world in silence. But a new chapter begins, and revelations lie ahead. It was a quiet, frosty morning. I grabbed all of my newly acquired hematite and hurried into the barn to start the iron refining process. I crafted 4 bloomeries, filled each with 120 iron nuggets, and lit them up. I had to decide what to forge first: a set of iron tools, new powerful weapons, or perhaps a suit of plate armor. There was just enough flax in the stores to craft a gambeson. Wearing plate armor would slow me down and burn more energy, so the padded linen would do for now. The mining excursions had yielded enough bismuth for 6 ingots. With 2 ingots needed per plate, I proceeded to craft 3 lanterns. The homestead would feel much safer with proper outdoor lighting. Finally, the bloomeries were finished firing, and I was positively surprised to find a total of 24 blooms. At this rate, I would never run out of iron, as I had barely made a dent in the deposit in that cursed cave. I placed a hot practice bloom on the anvil and went to work cutting away the slag. First thing I needed was a new hammer. With that out of the way, I figured a sword and shield would be the 2 most useful projects. I forged a falx, a sickle-like blade specially designed to hack through the metal-infused flesh of the drifters. Next, I forged a boss and a hoop required for a shield. All through the evening, drifters were amassing outside the house. It was time to take the falx for a spin. Even a massive horde of those monsters was no match for my new iron blade. It had now been over a week since the last temporal storm, And fighting inside my cramped living quarters wasn't going to cut it anymore. I needed to build some sort of a fortification, a place where I could take full advantage of the enemy's weaknesses. It was still dark out when I started laying the foundations, and rift activity was high. The smart thing to do would have been to wait a couple of hours for daybreak, but I had a falx now. I opted for a round bunker, inset 1 block deep into the ground. A full coverage of narrow windows would allow me to swipe at the feet of any drifter, while hopefully being protected from bow-torn projectiles. As the sun came up and I chiseled away, I brought out the 2 scrolls I had retrieved from the cave. The first scroll contained the script for a play titled Brief Discussions with the Traveler. It was a conversation between 2 people. Odwin sat in his study, poring over his work, when someone known only as Traveler struck up a conversation. Odwin spoke with pride and certainty, of rising above the masses through achievement, of being a lion among worms. But the Traveler asked him something no lion could answer. What happens when the lion is faced with something greater? What comfort is pride when no one weeps at your end? Perhaps the world before the cataclysm had been full of lions and not enough worms to mourn them. The second scroll was a ledger, the final entries of a quartermaster from a group of survivors. Their food was running out. They were down to scraps, even chewing the leather from their clothes. A pair of squirrels and a gosling had been caught, but it wasn't enough. The workmen in the mines got what little there was, but even they were fading. Worse still, 3 names were marked: Joseph, Barda, and Jarin. Taken, the ledger said, not willingly. The quartermaster held on to hope that some still had a chance, not for their sake, but his own. I wondered if these scrolls were written by the inhabitants of the bunker I had found, or perhaps from a larger colony, like the one Jonas Falks alluded to in his journal. All the texts I'd uncovered so far were first chapters, beginnings, but each one carried the same ominous weight. Whatever chapter came next, I was certain of one thing: it would end the same, in desolation. A light temporal storm was approaching, so I waited. The fortification worked like a charm. The drifters had no means of getting to me and wandered aimlessly outside while I hacked away. For the first time, it felt like I was in full control of the storms. The time of cowering away in fear was over. It was calm after the storm, and I had time to think about my next projects. I found myself craving company in the homestead, so I set a goal of acquiring some livestock. I figured chickens would be a good starting point, so I built a small coop and placed down a pair of hen boxes. Then it was time for another round of pie making. There was nothing quite like a hot, savory onion pie to keep the winter chills at bay. With fresh nails in hand, I built a scroll rack upstairs to safely store the 2 old scrolls. After carving up a total of 30 slices of pie, it was getting late, which meant a couple hours of working on the blooms. "15 more to do," I assured myself, exhausted. I woke up the next morning with a shock. The creepy old doll had moved again. This time it sat right outside my bedroom door. Someone or something was toying with me, I was sure of it. I had to get rid of it, once and for all. I grabbed some travel supplies and set out into the cold winter morning. In my mind, the best way to dispel this strange curse would be to return the toy to the bunker where I found it. I had other reasons for embarking on a journey as well. First, it wouldn't hurt to collect another stack of iron from the depths of the cave. I returned the doll and hood to their resting place, hoping it would be enough to give the ghosts of the past some peace. Then I plunged deeper toward the hematite. Carving up a pair of stray drifters, I found something peculiar. A faint turquoise glow emanated from a gear. It shivered slightly when I picked it up and seemed to rotate on its own, as if driven by a temporal link to its past function. I would need to research it later. After gathering a full stack of bountiful hematite chunks, I emerged back onto the snow-covered surface. The trip was far from over. First on my mind was to excavate every ruin in hopes of finding more ancient books. My second objective proved far more difficult. The traders had shared rumors of a treasure hunter who might hold answers to some of the burning questions swirling in my mind. Apparently, he had a wagon set up somewhere not far from here. All I had to do was find it. I wandered eastward fruitlessly until nightfall, then dug a small shelter to get some rest. I set back out shortly after, while it was still dark. I figured the lantern glow of the wagons would be easier to spot at night. Sure enough, I soon stumbled upon a light in the distance. The wagon belonged to Sprig, a trader of miscellaneous survival supplies. He wasn't of much help in my search, so I kept looking. As the sun began to rise, I spotted another wagon. The cold wind seeped through my gambeson, and I began to shiver. It belonged to an agricultural merchant called Grit. Finding the treasure hunter wasn't going to be easy, and my body temperature was still dropping fast. I found another one of the ancient burial sites nearby. After getting warmth back in my toes, I sprang up to excavate the site. Strangely, this time, there was nothing but dirt inside the mound. Perhaps the merchant had got to it first. I pressed on in search of more ruins and wagons, turning southwest so as not to stray too far from the homestead. The traders were not nearly as rare as I had anticipated, and making new acquaintances with them kept me motivated. The snow hadn't yet covered the land in the south, making travel substantially easier. As the afternoon sun waned, I came across another wagon. To my chagrin, it was yet another trader. I wondered why the treasure hunter was so difficult to find, and why none of the traders knew his exact location. Perhaps they didn't like him much. By a wild stroke of luck, I stumbled upon an unlit wagon. I had found the elusive man himself, the treasure hunter. After chatting for a bit, Vox Nora revealed a task for me. He had found something big, something too dangerous to handle by himself. In exchange for its location, he asked for a tin bronze pickaxe. He refused my used one, wanting a pristine one instead. I promised to forge him one as soon as possible. Luckily, Vox Nora's wagon was only about 500 blocks from my homestead. I wondered what he possibly could have found. I ran back home with renewed excitement and fired up the forge straight away. The only thing keeping me from heading straight back out into the night was the haul of bony soil weighing down my backpack. Sifting through the soil, I found a book. I sat down on the stairs to read through it right away. It was Chapter 2 of the Quartermaster's Ledger, picking up where the previous entry left off, with the loss of 3 brave souls. The quartermaster visited Jaren's wife to break the news of his demise. The woman seemed in poor shape, presumably on the verge of starvation. Jaren had been a good man, and the quartermaster wouldn't be alive if not for his aid. Still, there was nothing he could do for Jaren or his kin. This fate, he feared, would come for them all. The entry ends with, "Rest well, friend. I am sorry." With a freshly forged pickaxe in hand, I made my way back to the treasure hunter to complete the exchange. He revealed that a couple weeks back, he had stumbled upon a massive cavern with a huge figure looming within. He was sure that the place was filled with treasure. He marked its location on my map and urged me to be prepared for trouble. The marker was labeled the Resonance Archives, located roughly 4,000 blocks to the north. Vox Nora seemed like he knew more than he let on, and the notion of a huge looming figure gave me the shivers. I wasn't keen on waltzing into a perilous cavern in search of riches based on a hunch, but if it would shed light on even one of the mysteries I had been reading about, it would be worth it 10 times over. For now, I had preparations to make. Most importantly, I was still missing one more leather backpack. For that, I would need to hunt for more hides. While the animals were quite lean during the winter and didn't yield much meat, the hides I was harvesting were just fine, if not better. I roamed the surrounding hills until sunset, managing to collect 7 medium hides. The tanning process would take roughly a week, which meant I had plenty of time to prepare for the eventual journey to the Resonance Archives. I continued with my nightly routine of baking pies and forging ingots. It was starting to feel easier, almost enjoyable. Since I had time to kill, I wanted to switch back into construction for a while. I chopped down a few oaks and sawed them into support beams. The second floor exterior was lacking in detail, and beams were the perfect way to give the walls more structure. I spent the second half of the day inside. First, I worked in some details on the staircase with the leftover beams. Then I forged a spare iron hammer, moved the soaked hides from one barrel to the next, and last but not least, made iron ingots. The door near the anvil was constantly swarming with drifters, so I wanted to see if putting up fences in the backyard would grant me some peace and quiet. Next on my list of preparations was to gather feathers for arrows. I remembered seeing plenty of chickens grazing in the plains near Jasper's wagon. Finally, I convinced him to buy one of my cracked vessels for a whopping 9 gears. Nearby, the bushes were alive with the sound of clucking. I had collected plenty of arrowheads from panning and managed to make 27 arrows. Since they had only a small chance of breaking when shot, I figured they would be enough. The new fortification outside had sparked an idea. It would be the perfect spot to build a windmill on top of. I had no idea how to build one, but since the survival handbook had in-depth documentation, I wanted to try. Using up the entirety of my oak supply, I had enough planks to make the frame 9 blocks tall. After the mill was built and had a roof, I wanted to connect it to the main house with a footbridge, keeping it separate from the fortification below. The windmill ended up looking quite nice, and I was eager to see if it would work. The following morning, it was time to roll up my sleeves and do some engineering. The various mechanical parts were intricate, requiring resin, fat, and linen to construct. After reading through the instructions several times, it was time to get the wheels turning. With a promising start, the rotor was actually spinning. I quickly realized that the sails were modular, and right now they were little more than tiny nubs. After running the rotating axle down to floor level, all I needed was the quern from the kitchen. The windmill actually worked, if only for a second. I would need larger sails, and I was out of linen. Regardless, I was proud of the new addition to the homestead. Next year, it would look grand. The stack of iron chunks still needed to be smelted, so I got to work building bloomeries in the barn. Each time a bloomery was cracked open, some of the fire clay bricks would break. I shaped the rest of the clay I had into bricks and fired them up. My bronze woodworking tools had earned their retirement, and it was time to forge an iron set. With some finishing touches upstairs, the space was starting to feel very cozy. The house finally felt complete. The year was rapidly coming to an end, and my chicken coop was still empty. I found a recipe in the handbook for basket traps. I made 2 traps, grabbed a handful of grain for bait, and went back out to the plains to look for my first companions. After hearing rustling in the bushes, I laid down the traps and quietly backed away. The chickens were smart and easily avoided getting trapped. The second attempt worked like a charm. I had caught both a hen and a rooster. After letting the frightened little creatures loose in the barnyard, I loaded a pair of troughs with flax grain. I hoped the chickens would survive outside, as I wanted to save the indoor space for goats and the like. Sure enough, they started wolfing down the grain as soon as I left. Using up my last 2 bronze ingots, I crafted a lantern for the chickens. This way, I could keep an eye on them at all times from my upstairs window. I was starting to develop a new addiction. It was seeing how high I could pile up the growing stack of iron ingots. It was officially the last day of the year. Surprisingly, the hen had immediately laid 3 fertile eggs. The hides were now ready for their final stage of soaking. In 5 days, the journey to the mysterious archives would commence. In the meantime, I wandered around the homestead, taking a moment to enjoy the crisp winter air. My thoughts wandered to Izel, the friendly old merchant. Why not stop in for a visit? I grabbed my gears and made my way to his wagon. What better way to brighten his day than to make a purchase? I bought enough linen for a new set of windmill sails. After filling up the chicken troughs, I rummaged through the pantry to cook myself a proper feast. With a belly ready to burst, I went to bed. Thus far, winter had been a gentle mistress. Progress was steady, and I was feeling unstoppable. But the trials I have faced would pale in comparison to what lay ahead. I had built a comfortable life for myself in the wilderness, but deep down, I knew I couldn't truly enjoy it until I got some answers. Why was I here? What awaited me in the residence archives? A temporal storm was coming. By my estimation, it would hit at noon, which left me a couple of hours to get on with some resource gathering. I wanted to stock up on healing poultices in preparation for the journey north. After gathering a stack of horsetail from the southern edge of the homestead, I picked off the few cattails that poked through the frozen ponds. Soon the air began to feel heavier, so I headed inside. At first, the storm seemed quite mild, so I went out to hunt some drifters. One of the drifters had dropped me a second temporal gear, but it seemed my presence out in the open had drawn far too much attention from the monsters. Once the bulk of the storm had passed, I headed back out again to clear any stragglers. I was worried about the safety of my chickens, but thankfully, they were still clucking. I had a bad habit of forgetting something every time I left the homestead. If I packed a trunk with all the essentials in advance, I could hopefully avoid that fate. Unsure of what awaited me in the residence archives, I packed for nearly every scenario I could think of. I still had 10 iron blooms to work through. I figured an iron pickaxe might come in handy while spelunking through the supposedly massive cavern. The next morning, I noticed my trousers and shirt were in terrible condition, little more than rags held together by a thread or two. A new set would help guard me against the biting winter chill. I set my sights on making a rawhide mantle and trousers, so I picked up my trusty javelins and went hunting. While trekking through the plains, I spotted a wild pear tree. The branches I lopped off yielded cuttings, which I could replant and nurture back to life at the homestead. Once the snows melted, I could start a small garden or orchard. A little further west, I spotted a black bear napping near a fish pond. This was my chance to get a huge bear hide. Luckily, it was a poor swimmer, and I managed to take it down in the water. After making my way back home, I had enough hides to stitch together a mantle and trousers. They were primitive in workmanship, but surprisingly warm and protective. Paired with the fur coat and gambeson, I was ready to take on the most extreme weather. The leftover bear hides I set aside for tanning. The pear tree cuttings had given me an idea. There was a nice flat area in front of the house, the perfect location for a cozy little garden. Since I had time to kill, I might as well get it squared up and outlined already. The fence would need a lot of stones, so I started digging a small chamber into a cliffside near the farm. I found a bunch of spare support beams in storage and put them to good use in the mine. I envisioned a lush garden with fruit trees and colorful flowers, a wooden path leading up to a bench where I could read books in the shade. Why build a garden in January, you ask? To be frank, the upcoming journey scared me, and I welcomed the distraction. Besides, nothing was quite as satisfying as seeing a piece of furniture slowly emerge from a block of wood. The leather needed 2 more days to cure, and I needed more distractions. Now that I had an iron pickaxe, a thought occurred to me. The next advancement in metallurgy would be to get my hands on some meteoric iron. I needed to look for round craters caused by meteor impacts. After marking a few potential impact sites on the map, I grabbed my pick and shovel and headed off. It hadn't occurred to me before to scan the landscape for craters. I wondered how many I had unknowingly passed by in my travels. The first site was a miss, just a natural dip in the terrain. The second time was the charm. I emerged on the surface with 34 iron meteorite pieces. Smelting them at 1500 degrees Celsius would turn them into workable star metal. There was still a great shortage of lanterns around the homestead. I poured a row of copper ingots to be forged into plates later. My dream of forging a shiny meteoric falx had just one issue. I needed an iron anvil. Simply casting an anvil out of iron wasn't going to work. It would be too brittle to handle repeated impacts. Instead, I had to forge it in 2 parts, then join them together. The task was monumental, a true test of my blacksmithing abilities. It was morning by the time I finished, my arm numb and clothes soaked in sweat. I sprinkled on some powdered borax to act as a flux between the 2 pieces, then swung some heavy hits to drive them together. I hurried to the barn to collect the meteoric iron from the bloomeries. 16 ingots from a single meteorite, not a bad haul. Though only marginally stronger than the iron falx, the meteoric one was more durable, and its blade was strikingly beautiful. I was thoroughly exhausted from smithing, and it took a good deal of both mental and physical fortitude to forge 4 more copper plates. There were still too many unlit areas on the premises for my liking. I wasn't too worried about drifters roaming outside, as long as I could see them. The day was winding down, and I spent the rest of the evening preparing travel rations. 4 onion pies would have to last me for the entire journey to the archives and back. Just to be safe, I also packed 30 strips of salted meat from last year. Somehow, a nasty crawler had found its way to my bedroom, just what I needed for a restful sleep. With the addition of a 4th leather backpack, I managed to squeeze everything from the trunk in my packs. For good measure, I grabbed the trunk as well. If there was treasure in that cavern, I'd want to set up a base camp to store the loot near the entrance. The journey would take me further away from home than I'd ever been. It wasn't a pleasant stroll either, as anticipation was steadily building in my mind. To add to the unease, predators roamed the wilderness all around me, and I was encroaching on their territory. A few hours had passed by the time I arrived at the wetlands, which I had briefly visited last summer. Unfortunately, the water hadn't fully frozen over, which meant a tough crossing up ahead. With calculated hops over precarious ice flows, I got across the first large body of water, relatively dry. As I was inspecting an old ruin by the wayside, a hulking bear pounced on me from the brush. Judging by its immense speed, it was hungry. Getting mauled by a bear left me seriously injured, and I had to use up a full stack of healing poultices to keep going. The marker wasn't too far off, and I was determined to get all the way there before settling down for the night. As I approached the mountain range in which the marker was pointing, my excessive preparation paid off. The ladders I'd packed made short work of the ascent up to the peaks. Hidden behind a wall of loose dirt, I spotted an entrance. Rusty metal gates flanked an entry into an antechamber, and at its center, a pit descended into pure darkness. After a brief survey of the chamber, I realized the only way forward was down. But first, I set up a small shelter with the essentials: a bedroll, a campfire, and a trunk to store my kit. The temporal gear allowed me to set a returning point in case something went terribly wrong below. After a couple of hours of restless tossing and turning on the bedroll, it was time to get to work. I reminded myself that as much as Vox Nora went on about great riches in the cavern, I was here primarily for one thing: knowledge. The shifty old ladder descended almost impossibly deep, an eerie hum growing louder the farther I went. I was at a loss for words. From what little I could make out, the chamber was massive. To call it a chamber was an understatement, an abyss with some sort of giant monolith in the center. Multiple rows of wooden walkways skirted around the void. The infrastructure was in dire disrepair, the rotted planks creaking under my weight. I took a deep breath and pressed on. My first discovery was a set of locked metal gates with a plaque that read Bell Workshop. As I had feared, drifters had found their way here too. The entrance on the far side of the abyss was marked Library. A split second of excitement faded as I realized the gates were locked. I had to find a way inside. Next to it was a stairwell. I tiptoed down, finding an entrance to a lower walkway. I continued descending, only to discover that a cave-in had blocked access to a third floor below. I returned to the central walkway, where a faint glow shimmered in the distance. An image was forming in my mind. The quartermaster's ledger, Jonas Fawkes' journal. This was the place they had alluded to, the colony. I stumbled upon an entrance marked Commons. The corridor leaned to one side, buckled under the immense weight of the mountains above. The source of the glow was a viscous goo dripping from a broken pipe. As I fought my way into the Commons proper, I noticed a yellow light ahead. Small metal creatures skittered toward me, each carrying a light bulb on its back. Individually, they weren't much of a threat, but more kept dropping from strange nests clinging to the ceiling. Once the chamber was cleared, I retrieved an old scroll from the table. Tired of all this damn shoveling, someone named Eustace had been venting about how he was treated. His job was to shovel coal into boilers and gasifiers. While grateful to be alive, Eustace wondered why there wasn't a little metal man to do the labor for him. Perhaps if I could find a boiler, I'd see whether any of it still worked. This was no mere cavern. It was a vault, fully equipped with amenities to house hundreds of survivors. Skeletons still lay in their beds. Starvation. I shuddered at the thought. Upon entering one of the bedrooms, I was ambushed by a locust-like automaton with a saw blade attached to its tail. One of its joints was labeled Jonas Subassembly. These were Jonas's creations. Automatons built for a variety of tasks, now turned hostile in the absence of their masters. I continued scouring the commons, passing cook stations, bookshelves, and small storage nooks filled with rows of flasks and other implements. Eventually, I came upon something resembling a well, with a rope ladder dangling into an underground lake. In the distance, I could just make out a staircase rising from the water. It was an entryway to the third and lowest tier of walkways. The next door I stumbled into led to a waste disposal chamber. I descended the stairs, quickly realized what exactly I was standing in, and left, shaking the sludge off my boots. The lowest walkway was partially collapsed, but I spotted a door on the opposite side. Another locked door, marked Translocator Room. The vault was a maze, and I was no closer to reaching the library. I began sketching a rough layout of the vault's interior. Four unchecked areas remained, so I headed back up through the reservoir. There had to be a way to unlock the gate somewhere. One of the remaining doors on the middle floor led to a guardrobe, conveniently situated above the waste chamber. I wasn't feeling particularly backed up, but it might come in handy later. The next hallway was marked Noble's Quarters. The entrance hall boasted high ceilings and ornate decor, though it was equally run down. Tucked away on a high shelf, I found a pair of gold ingots. Surely their previous owner wouldn't mind if I took them. It looked as if some arcane current had torn through one of the rooms, leaving behind a paradoxical, repeating tunnel. Twisting metal shapes sprouted from the walls, defying all logic. I left the noble's quarters with some haste, more to confirm that I wasn't going mad than anything else. Arriving at the last entrance of the middle tier, My attention was immediately drawn to a reservoir filled with glowing liquid. Next to it stood a gigantic engine, or maybe a generator. I scratched my head, trying to figure it out, but so far my experience was limited to a half-working windmill. I spotted a room stocked with coal to the side. The boiler had to be nearby. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Unless... With a sudden jerk, the machine swung into motion, lighting up the engineering hall. The glowing liquid now pumped through the vast network of pipes, casting an eerie luminescence over the central walkways. I climbed back up the stairs toward the final unchecked area. The guard room was largely unadorned. A waterlogged storage room held remnants of fighting equipment. Fortunately, some of the boxes contained perfectly usable arrows. My inventory was filling up with odds and ends, so I figured a quick stop at my trunk on the surface would do me well. The cold breeze was a welcome relief from the musty, damp air of the vault. I was shocked to realize that it was night again. It felt as if I'd been down there only a few hours. Regardless, sleep wasn't an option, with the generator running and all. I updated the map with my progress. With the fluid now pumping through the pipes, some of the locked gates must have opened. Sure enough, the Bell workshop was now accessible. The gates opened onto a mud-filled corridor, the passage narrowing tighter with every step. Finally, I squeezed through to the other side. After steadying my breath, I took stock of what had just happened. The slithering bell creature had unleashed a nightmarish clang, alerting hordes of drifters and locusts to my presence. Whatever its purpose had been in the past, it was easily the most disturbing thing I had faced in the vault so far. Beyond the corridor lay a workshop, its surfaces cluttered with all manner of contraptions. At the very back, I spotted a large temporal gear. I picked up the scroll beside it and began to read. It was a letter explaining a shortage of supplies for the generator. The temporal gear was at the workshop for repairs, and until it was reinstalled, the gate mechanisms wouldn't fully function. The second problem was a broken pump, and the letter hinted that a replacement might be found in the mines. I returned to the surface for a much-needed breather. After reattaching the temporal gear to its slot, the generator was only missing the pump. I needed to find my way into the mines, and the translocator room seemed like the only logical path. The room was filled with strange, alien-looking machines. One of them appeared to be functional. Once the shaking stopped, I found myself in a different room. The survivors must have used these so-called translocators to access resources deep underground, or perhaps even in distant lands. Resourceful. Unsurprisingly, even the mines were infested with drifters. I wondered if they'd once been human, a mining crew that had somehow become disconnected from the vault. It seemed this particular mine had been dug to harvest quartz. Unfortunately, the miners had relied on automatons for labor, which had now turned into fearsome foes. Eventually, I found a mining machine deep in one of the tunnels and snatched the pump head from it. I installed the pump head on the generator, and it started spinning happily. This could only mean one thing: the library was now open. My excitement withered upon seeing that the corridor was blocked by a collapse. The only way forward seemed to be down through a crack in the floor. I had a sudden sinking feeling in my gut. It was an eidolon, partially crushed by a fallen boulder. Frantically burning through poultices, I realized I had no escape from its brutal attacks. My only chance to survive was to disable it by any means necessary. For a moment, pelting it with arrows seemed to work. Using the stone columns as cover, I poked out to fire at it between its attacks. Soon I was down to my last stack of poultices, and locusts started swarming in. In a mad panic, I tried fighting off the locusts while gathering arrows from the ground. Getting in range of the eidolon's swinging arms was a brutal mistake. Adrenaline surged through me. Arrow after arrow, I chipped off bits of rusted metal from its horrid face. It was starting to look seriously injured, but so was I. I had no healing items left, just a foolish hope that I could push through. With a rock to the face, the eidolon had bested me. But all hope was not lost. I re-emerged on the surface. Without a second thought, I rushed back toward the library. If I could land just a few more hits, I'd be in the clear. It was over. The eidolon lay motionless on the ground. A small door at the back led me to a maintenance room. There I shoveled coal into the gasifier and lit it up. What awaited beyond the next door defied description. A world of knowledge, safely locked away beneath a mountain of stone. I began at the machine in the center of the library. It contained several recordings. I started playing the most recent one. With a click, it began to whir.
What do you reckon it's here for? Quiet, damn you. It can hear you. We'll have to find a way around.
The voices I heard must have belonged to recent explorers like me, perhaps even those responsible for trapping the eidolon beneath a boulder. I took a moment to explore the ground floor, grabbing books that caught my eye from the shelves. Then I switched the resonator to an older cylinder.
Oh, that's right, you're new here. Well, it's not as complicated as it seems. You see, all sounds are remembered, even this conversation now. Like memories in your head, they bounce around within the chamber. Only our memory is flawed and fails with time. In the chamber, these sounds will never fade, and scribes like yourself can listen in and write what they hear. In this way, we have codified all of history to be accessed whenever we wish. Understandable, but no. The chamber isn't listening, it's only a receptacle. You see that little worm in the corner there? It's hearing everything we say, sending it straight to the chamber. A bit unnerving, eh? You get used to it. In desperate times like these, you never know when they might come in handy. Calling for help if something goes wrong, or at the very least, helping us find out what happened later. Well, let me clarify. The sound isn't exactly written down on the cylinder. We tried that route, but the sound always got muddled. Note, what these cylinders do is provide directions. Like a map, they tell the resonator exactly where to find the sound within the chamber. And with that, the resonator synchronizes with the chamber to play the sound as though it were right in front of you. No accounting for any issues with the bells recordings, though. It's an incredible feat, no doubt about that. And I'm pleased to have done my part in realizing and maintaining it. Though at times I can't help but feel such monumental efforts and resources should have been used elsewhere.
Oh, come now. What could be more important short of the great machine itself? Our libraries are gone. Our history, hoarded by nobles, are left to the rot. This is the last greatest repository of knowledge in the world, and one that will be preserved for all posterity. If Fox doesn't succeed, if we don't survive this, these archives will stand tall for any who come after.
If Falx doesn't succeed, just who do you think will be left to find this if we fail?
The archives truly held the last remnants of knowledge and history. The weight of that realization baffled me, so I focused on gathering a few select books to read later. Beyond the books, the halls were filled with all manner of relics. I had no intention of looting, quite the opposite. People needed to see this. I returned to the resonator and switched cylinders.
Look, you see that? Rubedo is not limited to gold. The principle itself scales to greater heights depending on your tools. When flux is integrated into the process instead of being the end point, what pathways could that open up? And what if we add blood to the mix? Not just any blood, of course. My own wretched blood.
Aren't you listening? I said there's too many missing. Sure, we were dying like mayflies, and mind you, some things are a bit hazy for me towards the end, but even so, they can't all have perished, and they can't have all turned. I cannot be the only one. But where are they? That's what it all... No, they hardly know anything. Of course, it pains me to see them suffer. They're like little lost children in their homes. But it's for the best. It's all for the best. We had all the knowledge in the world, and worlds beyond. And what good did it do us? No, best leave them to it. Let them think of me as some mad old sorcerer, and leave me in peace. Forgive my ramblings. I had lost hope, honestly. It became nothing more than a goal to chase, to keep me sane over all these years. But here we are. And here you all are, somewhere out there. The world has changed. But if the archives still stand and you're hearing this message, well, you must already know this. Come find me, my friends. There is much to discuss. The world has shifted since the old days, and I have yet to find where the archives now lay. I cannot give you a direct path, but I will have maps delivered to some familiar places. If you can find your way to, let's see, Nadia, the Spoils, the Lazaret, Cardinals, or perhaps Quiet, you will find further directions. If you do not know these lands, well, I suppose try asking one of the more adventurous sorts around you. Perhaps someone can provide some assistance. I pray your journey is a short one, only a couple decades.
The old alchemist's voice was oddly familiar. He urged anyone who discovered the archive, like me, to find him. If by some chance he was still alive out there, I had to get to him. None of the places he mentioned rang any bells, though. I could have spent weeks poring over the books in the archives. As I took one last look at the hall, I promised myself I'd return soon. For now, there was an alchemist to find. Thoroughly exhausted and sleep-deprived, I climbed the ladder to the surface, unloaded what I could fit into the trunk, and passed out on the bed. I woke up freezing. Fumbling the trunk open with numb fingers, I loaded the fire with logs. Once my fingers and toes were toasty, I started sorting through my haul. I'd picked up a strange vessel from the Eidolon's remains. I had no use for it, but maybe the treasure hunter would. I certainly hoped so, after all the effort it took to acquire it. I did my best to prioritize what to carry home. Much of the loot would have to stay behind for now. Perhaps I'd make more trips once the snows melted. I still couldn't believe it. The knowledge stored in that vault had the potential to change the course of history. Could Jonas Falks's automatons be harnessed once again? His goal wasn't to preserve knowledge. He was working towards something bigger. But what? Did the giant monolith have something to do with it? After 3 long days, I was finally back home. I began unloading my backpacks, stocking the bookshelf with pristine new editions. Using another temporal gear, I reset my returning point at home, then went to sleep. Nadia, Quiet, the Lazaret, Cardinals. Could there still be someone out there waiting? Or was I too late? One chapter ends and another begins. The fresh winter air carries with it a promise of hope, of opportunity, a chance to shape what comes next. Even after a full night's rest, my mind lingered on the Resonance archives and the alchemist. I needed to visit the treasure hunter and report my findings. After a brief explanation of what I discovered, he seemed eager to help. One of the places was familiar to him, the Lazaret, a strange place full of stone and monsters. Then he made an offer, a rideable elk for 100 gears. I showed him the artifact I'd taken from the Eidolon, and his eyes lit up. If I gave it to him, he'd cut the price in half. First, though, I'd need a saddle and bridle. The lazaret lay nearly 15,000 blocks to the west. Attempting a trek of that magnitude in the winter would be pure folly. As much as the place intrigued me, a month or two of preparation at the homestead was in order. I passed by the ruined outpost on the way and figured it was a good place to start gathering building materials for my next projects. After excavating 3 stacks of cobblestone, I set off in search of oaks to cut down. In the meantime, any wild animals I could skin would help with crafting the saddle and bridle for the elk. A clearing in the woods revealed an interesting find, a pink apple tree. This specimen, however, didn't yield any cuttings. I'd have to check whether it bloomed again in spring. With my backpacks full of oak logs, I headed home. Upon returning, I realized the chickens hadn't been fed in nearly a week. Thankfully, the poor creatures hadn't starved yet. With wood and stone taken care of, I turned to prepping a few more things for the new building. Using grass and clay, I formed mud bricks to be used for the floors. Then, after pouring a fresh batch of copper ingots, I processed some of the oak into wooden shingles for the roof. My gambeson had taken quite a beating in the archives, so I took it off to prevent further tearing and went to bed. The weather was calm the next day, so I began construction right away. The new building would serve 2 purposes. First, a space for food processing, with plenty of room for barrels to pickle, ferment, and cure. Second, storage shelves loaded with trunks to store and organize large quantities of materials. With a rough design in mind, I started laying down the foundations. The pile of books I'd brought back from the archives included 4 new full-length series of accounts. The first series, titled Admirer of the Miller, was the memoir of a cowherder's daughter. It was a sweet, romantic account of her encounters with the miller's son. Over the course of a year, they developed a bond, getting to know each other through a shared appreciation for the little things, drawing, poetry, and simple moments. Their blossoming connection was sadly cut short when evacuations began in the villages. She never saw him again and was left with only an acorn necklace to remember him by. So many beautiful stories, cut painfully short by the apocalypse. The second series was titled The Patronage of Tybalt Amaro. It was a transcript of a bell recording by Tybalt himself, cousin to the king and viscount of an unnamed domain. He used the bell to record his thoughts. At first, his entries were filled with skepticism toward the strange new devices circulating among the nobility. But curiosity soon got the better of him, and he invited a so-called inventor from the Orient to stay at his estate. During his stay, the inventor, Dastan, introduced Tybalt to a number of contraptions, though none made much of an impression. Just as Tybalt's patience was wearing thin, Dastan finally delivered. He had constructed a peculiar machine from fabric and scaffolding. They brought it to a nearby hill where Dastan rode it down like a cart. To Tybalt's astonishment, the contraption began to lift, gliding into the air. At a loss for words, Tybalt showered the inventor with praise and every comfort his estate could offer. Together, they eventually settled on a name, the Wings of Farah. A postscript to the book reveals that no further records of Tybalt, Dastan, or the device have been found. However, fragmented documents from other sources suggest mechanical wings of some kind may have existed. Although these books were fascinating, I was slightly disappointed not to find any mention of Jonas Fawkes or the apocalypse itself. I set aside the 2 remaining books for another time. After a full day of work, the new building was nearly complete. I chiseled some useful furnishings, then started on the storage shelves. I had forged enough nails to craft 12 large trunks, more than double the storage space I had in the house. It would be ample room for the foreseeable future. With the shelves built, I moved on to the finer details. One of my favorite things to build was small additions. No workshop would be complete without a covered back entrance and a few old crates stacked against the wall. To tie everything together, I needed stone paths. It was time to open up the mine a bit more and see what I could find. Building the workshop had been very therapeutic. This time, with proper planning and enough materials, I managed to finish the project without a hitch. With the barrels installed, the workshop was finally ready for use. There was still something else I wanted to build, but first I needed sleep. I woke to the pleasant sound of chirping in the yard. The 3 little chicks had finally hatched and were happily waltzing around the barnyard. It was heartwarming to see the chickens thriving, even through the cold months. Soon the snows would melt, and I could begin growing crops. The field I'd made last year was spacious but primitive, and I could always use more farmland. I headed out to the lake to gather more medium fertility soil. There was still plenty of unused space in the valley, and watching it slowly fill with building projects was deeply satisfying. The new field wasn't going to be massive, but I wanted to try a more intentional design. I divided the area into 4 strips, with irrigation running between them. This setup allowed me to have 1 strip for each type of nutrient in the soil, with a 4th strip left fallow each season. With proper crop rotation in place, I hoped the soil would maintain high nutrient levels for every planting. I added a hedgerow of berry bushes along each side of the field to give it some character. Once the irrigation channels were filled, I tilled the strips, readying them for planting come spring. After grabbing my pickaxe, I headed down into the mine again to gather stone for more paths. Laying down paths across the entire homestead would take time, but tackling it in small stints felt more manageable. As the night progressed, I turned to organization. Items that saw little use in the house trunks were moved to the workshop, clearing space for more day-to-day essentials. One contraption I'd stumbled upon in the survival handbook was the fruit press. It required a metal rod, so I loaded up another batch of copper. While it was smelting, I kept reading the handbook. The final tier of metallurgy, steel, had caught my interest. The guide to steel making was dauntingly complex, but I figured it was wise to start laying the groundwork. Producing steel would require a cementation furnace, which in turn had to be built from refractory bricks. To make those, I'd need bauxite, a type of stone I hadn't yet encountered. The more I read about steel, the more it consumed my thoughts. After forging the copper rod, I crafted the fruit press and picked out a spot for it in the new workshop. Once the berry harvest came in, I'd be able to start pressing juice into barrels and feed the leftover mash to the chickens. Next, I decided to try an experimental batch of pickled vegetables. I had a small surplus of halite, which I dissolved into 2 barrels of brine. Then I loaded them with a heaping of turnips and carrots, sealed the lids, and left the mixture to work its magic. The refractory bricks for the furnace required finely crushed materials, and for that, I needed a pulverizer. Hopefully, the windmill I had built would be strong enough to power the machine's 2 hefty pounders. I forged an iron plate for the pulverizer's toggle, along with 2 iron caps for the pounders. After attaching an extra gear to the windmill axle, I managed to get the machine running. It quickly dawned on me that manually feeding the pulverizer would take way too long. I needed to find a way to automate it somehow. The entire dream of making steel now hinged on a single obstacle: finding bauxite. I wasn't sure whether to search for it in caves or above ground, but either way, I'd need travel rations. I decided to head east, as it was the least explored direction so far. The first cave I came across held an exposed deposit of coal and fire clay. I marked the location on my map and pressed on. Bauxite had an orange hue and would be easy to spot above ground, so I focused on inspecting the nearby mountain ranges. Still, when a cave presented itself, I couldn't resist taking a peek inside. The second lucky find was borax. It had some uses here and there, so I chipped off a few chunks with me. I was tempted to explore deeper, but I'd forgotten my gambeson back at home, making it too risky. The sandstone mountains seemed like a natural place to find the orange rock. No such luck, but I managed to grab some exposed tin ore from a cliff face. As I pushed further east, a dense fog began to settle over the area, limiting visibility. Eventually, I found my way into a gently sloping cave. Carved into the stone, I discovered a chamber. Within it was a familiar apparatus, a translocator, rusted and missing a couple of gears, but otherwise in decent shape. Next to it sat a chest. Inside was a squire's kit, an emblem, a pair of pants, and a copper spear. The machine must have once belonged to the miners from the residence archives. I marked the location on my map, intending to return and attempt repairs another day. It was too dark to see anything outside, so I dug a small shelter to huddle in for the night. I needed to use vantage points, climb high enough to scan large stretches of land from a single spot. I started up the nearest hill, then scaled a tall tree to get a better view. In the distance, I spotted a lone trader's wagon. As the sun climbed higher, I resumed scanning the horizon. Then I saw it, just a glimmer of orange tucked among the trees. I almost couldn't believe it, a tiny patch of exposed rock. I never would have noticed it without the elevation. Sure enough, it was bauxite. I pulled out my pickaxe and got to work. With my backpacks nearly full, I paused to double-check how much I'd need from the handbook. 7 stacks would do. I rushed home, thrilled with the find. I technically had everything needed to make steel. I ran up to the pulverizer, only to remember it could only handle 2 stones at a time. I'd need a hopper to move material to and from it. Slightly deflated, I fired up the forge once more. In theory, I'd be able to link an input and output chest to the pulverizer and have it pound away at the bauxite through the night. The hopper didn't work. After rifling through the handbook, I realized I needed a chute instead. Fortunately, the hopper wouldn't go to waste. It could still handle the machine's output. Using the last of my copper reserves, I crafted an elbow chute. Finally, the contraption worked as intended. The next ingredient for the bricks was crushed quartz. Luckily, the mine had an abundance of it readily available. I gathered 4 stacks and returned to feed them into the pulverizer. Some of the bauxite had spilled out around the hopper, so I added extra retaining walls to the output chute. By staggering the quartz with the bauxite, I made sure the crushed materials would be ready in sync, allowing me to start crafting bricks as soon as possible. I fired up the last chunks of the hematite, then forged some fresh iron tools. This time I remembered to grab my armor before heading out. I needed more coal and fire clay for steelmaking, so I set out for some late-night mining. After making a serious dent to the newfound deposit, I returned to the homestead. The pulverizer had ground up enough material to begin forming bricks. I would need hundreds of bricks, which meant several firings. And several firings meant stacks upon stacks of grass, sticks, and fuel. I had my work cut out for me. I grabbed my shears and got straight to work gathering kindling. Just as I was getting started, I felt a temporal storm approaching. With the defensive bunker working as well as it had, I wasn't too pressed for time. I managed to gather enough grass and sticks for at least 4 more firings. Waiting for the impending storm made me restless, so I busied myself with small tasks around the homestead. Before long, the familiar red mist crept into the valley. I stood vigil at the door, waiting for the monsters to phase in. As night fell, I spotted one of the drifters roaming in the chicken enclosure. I couldn't let that stand. After the storm had passed, I went to empty and refill the pit kilns. The brick components of the cementation furnace would also need mortar. I ground up some lime, baked in the fireplace, then mixed it with water and sand. With that, the first blocks of this giant puzzle were complete. The next day, I extracted some granite blocks from the mine to prepare the stone coffin for the furnace. It would serve as the vessel to hold the iron ingots and charcoal. I dreaded the next step, saying farewell to my hard-earned stockpile of iron ingots. The furnace required an iron door, and that meant 6 plates. I also needed more charcoal, so I cleared out most of my basement supply of firewood and set it to bake in the yard. With 2 batches of bricks, I had 30 building blocks, almost half of what the handbook specified. Just a few more days and I could set up the furnace. But I only had 10 iron blooms, and the steel furnace required 16 ingots per firing. The only way to stay on pace was to return to the cursed cave and mine more iron. I was shocked to find the entire vein of hematite now completely mined. Thankfully, I'd managed to score over a stack of chunks before it ran out. On the way back, I also brought down a few boars. Their hides went straight into the tanning barrels. February had been an incredibly industrious month. The hard part was finally over. I was ready to relax. The lazaret could wait a moment longer. For now, I was at peace on the homestead. long winter was drawing to a close. On the homestead, pieces were finally falling into place. The mission I was given in the archives wouldn't have to wait much longer. It was the first day of March. After weeks of preparation, my full focus was now on building the steel furnace. All its parts were ready, save for half the bricks. I chose a spot to set down the 2x3 grating. With the stone coffin in place, I was able to visualize the shape for the brickwork. As the cementation furnace began to take form, I hurried to collect the bricks that had been firing overnight. What had seemed a lofty goal just last month was now a mere 3 bricks from completion. The push for steel had kept me busy through the last of winter, and finishing it now felt like the perfect timing to shift into springtime activities. Of course, I still lacked the 16 iron ingots needed to fill the coffin. With a deep breath, I readied myself for a long night at the forge. I worked the anvil until the rooster's first crow, then went to collect the final batch of refractory bricks. I covered each set of ingots with a layer of charcoal before sealing the coffin with its granite lid. Heating the furnace meant burning coal beneath the grating, so I dug out the space under it. Getting the charcoal to stay in place under the coffin required a bit of creative chiseling. Upstairs, I double-checked the temperature. The furnace was working as intended. The steel would take several days to finish, leaving me, for the first time in weeks, with time to kill. I had begun wearing the Squire's emblem on my chest, as a sort of reminder to revisit the broken translocator where I discovered it. The machines fascinated me. Their sophistication was leagues beyond anything I had encountered. None of the texts I'd studied even mentioned translocators, which led me to believe they were either a very late invention or perhaps a closely guarded secret. The translocator room in the Resonance archives held 4 or 5 of them, possibly just a part of a larger network of underground travel. With a click, the temporal gears slid into place and the translocator hummed to life. With fists clenched, I stepped onto the pedestal. I emerged in a similar chamber on the other side, though the smooth rock walls were of different stone. Before going any further, I searched the ruined chests and crates scattered around the machine. The cave was swarming with skittering locusts, and my temporal stability was dropping fast. I had to move quickly. Not far from the first, I found a second translocator, confirmation that these machines were part of a larger network. They could have been a viable way to get closer to the lazaret, but I was out of gears, and the first jump had carried me east instead of west. Still curious about what lay on the surface, I followed the caves upward as far as they would take me, then began to dig through the stone. Breaking through the layer of basalt sand, I was greeted by a starry night sky. A drifter clawed its way up behind me. Nearby, I spotted the lantern light of a large wagon. It belonged to a furniture trader named Vlad. Despite the late hour, he was delighted to meet a traveler and kindly lent me his straw mattress to sleep on. At first light, I ventured out to get a better look at the area. Frost still covered the barren landscape. After a scan of the horizon revealed nothing of great interest, I slipped back toward the translocator. The tunnels were a twisting maze, swarming with monsters. Moving as fast as I could, I rushed past the dangers and jumped onto the pedestal of the machine. Relieved to see familiar lands, I set off toward the homestead. My very first shelter was on the way, so I decided to check on it. As I neared it, the sun went dark. It was another eclipse, though the timing felt strange. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was observing me, sending me signs. I checked the steel's progress, 18% complete. In just a day, the furnace had burned through 24 pieces of coal. I made a mental note to add coal every day to keep it going. An automaton in the cave had dropped another Jonas part, a parallel transfer vessel. Its handbook entry described fascinating uses: resonators, teleporters, and even something called a night vision mask. I'd need to gather more parts before attempting to craft any of them. The leather for the saddle would be ready in less than a day. All that remained was to wait. I decided to try stone carving. To mark a full year in the wilderness, I began chiseling a monument honoring all the effort that had gone into the homestead. As I chipped away at the polished stone, I pulled out the 2 remaining book series from the archives and began to read. The first book was titled The Weight of Stone. Transcribed from a stationary recording, it captured fragments from a series of conversations. It began with a miner, Bertram, gifting his young niece a bag of hand-carved marbles, a glimpse of joy in an otherwise unforgiving place. Life in the mining settlement was difficult. Trade shipments arrived late, prices rising. Still, the miners took pride in their ore, as it was used in the main city to make lanterns and machines. But the tunnels were running dry. Discussions about going deeper and into more dangerous areas were ongoing. Then, there was disaster. A shaft collapsed. Bertram was injured, others went missing. As time went on, the situation worsened. Bertram's brother died due to lack of oxygen in one of the tunnels. The settlement held a tunnel burial, a rare tradition according to the scribe. Eventually, even the traders stopped coming. Only a few souls remained, unwilling to give up on what was left of their home. There was no dramatic ending, no redemption, only the weight of daily struggle, of family, loss, and labor. The next book, The Spy and the Sparrow, was a set of letters, an undercover agent reporting to a noble lord. He had infiltrated a group of common folk calling themselves the Flock, who were planning raids to noble estates and supply lines. Each letter detailed the agent's rise through the ranks, the Flock's next targets, and rumors of a leader called Sparrow. In one of the letters, the agent warned that the Lord's estate is their next target. He and another young lad, Antek, were chosen to conduct the raid. He begged the Lord to allow them free passage and some loot, knowing it would earn him an audience with Sparrow. The next letter was tinged with anger and disappointment. Antek was killed by guards during the raid, while the agent was left unharmed. The final letter wasn't written by him. It came from the flock, strongly worded and defiant. A warning. They rejected the rule of lords, refusing to serve any king or noble, answering only to their own freedom. I wondered what became of the flock and sparrow, if they ever reached their goals, only to vanish like so many others when the world began to end. With the monument finished and standing proudly in the garden, it was time to rest. The next morning, the leather was ready. After forging a quick set of nails, I finally crafted the saddle and bridle. I grabbed all my savings and hurried toward the treasure hunter to buy the elk. Thanks to the discount from trading in the Eidolon vessel, I shook Vox Nora's hand, and he whistled for the elk. With 7 gears left, I also bought a saddle blanket and an old scroll. Following the elk's call, I found it wandering near the wagon. It was majestic, and all doubts about the trade vanished in an instant. I strapped on the saddle and bridle, then climbed onto its back. The elk responded to my steering with ease, and once on flat ground, I kicked it into a gallop. Thrilled to have a new companion, I named it Torrent. As I approached the homestead, the sun went dark once again. It felt as if the world itself was spurring me on. I introduced Torrent to his new home in the barn, then filled some of the troughs with grain. The snow around the homestead was melting rapidly, so I decided to plant the first batch of crops. I chose seeds that had the most resistance to cold: rye, parsnips, and carrots. Though I still had plenty of food from last year, an early start couldn't hurt. Flax was what I really needed, but I hesitated to plant it while nighttime temperatures still dipped below freezing. Still, I prepared the large field, planning to sow in a day or two. In the evening, I sat on the steps, watching the last patches of snow melt away. The bees had started producing honey again. This time, the straw dummy kept the swarms distracted, and I replaced the broken skeps without issue. I loaded the pot with wax and string, then savored a sip of fresh honey. I had missed the peaceful, relaxing tasks that came with the warm seasons. I woke up to refuel the coal fire in the furnace. Progress was at 42%, nearly halfway done. I wanted to have a day of exploring, enjoying the freshly thawed nature. A ruckus at the chicken coop caught my attention. Ray the rooster was picking a fight with one of his newly hatched rivals. With a heavy heart, I had to step in. Ray's offspring were more accustomed to domesticated life, so I did what was best for the long term. Ray had to be put down, but his legacy would carry on. I headed south through the forest, which was already teeming with life. I spent some time gathering flowers for the garden, then returned to the apple tree. I learned that the top half of its trunk counted as a branch and would yield cuttings. I had nearly forgotten how easy it was to stave off hunger by foraging in the wilderness. I gathered as much as my backpacks would hold, then headed home. There I planted lilies of the valley and heathers to add color to the garden and brighten the homestead. By now the steel furnace had consumed most of my coal stores, with no end in sight. I set off to the nearest coal deposit. Armed with an iron pickaxe and shovel, it took almost no time to clear out the remainder of the resources. Rejuvenated from the day's activities, I went to sleep feeling content. It was time to prepare travel gear for the journey to the lazaret. Once again, I crafted a trunk to store the essentials. Since I'd left my arrows at the Resonance Archives base camp, I heated some meteoric iron and tried my hand at forging arrowheads. 4 ingots became 33 arrowheads. Enough to take down dozens of drifters, I hoped. With the travel trunk now started, I spent the day collecting horsetail and cattails for poultices. One thing I learned in the archives was that I could never have too many healing supplies. Collecting plants was tiring, so I settled for 8 stacks of poultices. I could always make more if they ran out. The cementation furnace was at 64%, just a few days from completion. The temperatures were warming quickly, so I planted the rest of the new field with cabbages and onions. The next morning, I gathered the rest of my seeds to sow in the old field. The flax seeds were top priority. I had nearly 90 of them, more than enough to cover my cloth needs for the coming year. With all the seeds planted, the field was nearly full. Happy with the progress, I decided to take Torrent for a ride. I hadn't quite embraced trading yet, and with a steed beneath me, making the rounds would be easier. Besides, I was still a novice rider and needed the practice. Our first stop was Jasper's, who offered a gear each for some old crates. I scanned the map for a simple trade route that could be traveled in a day. Next, we found Stefan, who was looking for a seed vessel. With another 12 gears earned, I hopped on the saddle and pressed on. Tu Tung, the luxuries merchant, bought a diamond for 8 gears. Next, I wanted to actually buy some things. A furniture trader was my next stop. His wares were quite expensive, so I settled on 2 paintings titled Seraph and Bog Fort. With 6 gears left, I made a final stop at the treasure hunters. He still had a few scrolls, so I grabbed one more, hoping its contents matched the first one. Riding Torrent was a joy. I was amazed at how well he handled steep cliffs and rough terrain. The journey to the lazaret was already looking less daunting. As I went about small tasks around the homestead, I opened the 2 scrolls I'd acquired from the trader. Both were part of a series titled Blind Bat Rickard, an old cautionary tale, it seemed, told to keep children from venturing into caves. Rickard was a boy like any other, bored of fieldwork and hungry for adventure. One year, he slipped away from his village during the harvest to play in the hills and woods. When night fell, fear of his father's anger kept him from returning home. So he took shelter in a cave, made a fire, and waited. Then he started to wander. He made a game of it, testing how far into the cave he could go before getting too afraid. Unfortunately, that's where the scroll ended, just as things were about to get interesting. The treasure hunter had more chapters for sale, I knew, but for now they would have to wait. The next morning, I woke up with an itch to build something. With the steel nearly ready, I figured I should tackle something small for now. The ponds beside my house gave me an idea: a dock. Shoveling off a bit of land would open access all the way out to the nearby lake. After opening up the waterway, I needed building materials. I mounted Torrent and rode to the ruins of the village near Jasper's wagon. The old tree trunk jutting from one of the buildings looked perfect to turn into planks. Tucked beside the trunk, I spotted a chest, a clever hiding place, though it contained only a single gear. It amazed me how many secrets were tucked away in these seemingly barren ruins. While collecting cobblestone, I even stumbled upon a hidden cellar, though it held nothing of value. Back home, I sawed the aged logs into planks, revealing a neat dark wood texture. I laid a small walkway from cobblestones, then put together a modest pier. A few finishing touches later, I had a quaint little dock ready for my raft. With March coming to an end, it was the perfect timing to get my hands on steel ingots. I cracked open the coffin with a pickaxe and gathered the spoils: 16 ingots of blister steel. They still needed some refining at the forge, but luckily the process was much quicker than with iron blooms. The first thing I forged was a steel falx, then a pickaxe and a knife. Next was a boss and a hoop for a steel shield. Lastly, a new hammer. The steel tools were top-notch, nearly twice as durable as their iron counterparts. I realized the shield would require 2 steel plates, 6 ingots in total, a bit costly, but worth it for the best protection I could carry. With night approaching, I fired up the clay oven to bake some travel rations. Naturally, I made pies. The 1st of April, day 100. Once again, I was heading to the unknown. I had no idea what to expect or if I was truly prepared. At least I wasn't going alone. So many things had to fall into place for this journey to happen. Finding the treasure hunter, delving into the archives and discovering the alchemist's trail, preparing a mount, and forging steel tools on the eve of spring. Some might call it luck or dedication, but to me it was something more profound. The mysterious force, always present in one form or another, woven into every choice I've made over the past year. I had a name for it now. Destiny.